Every fear that feels heavy in your chest begins as something far quieter than you realize. Not an event, not a certainty, just a thought passing through the mind, asking to be believed. But when the day slows down, when the distractions fade, when you finally lie still with nothing to escape into, that thought returns. It circles, it whispers, it grows, and before you notice, it feels real, solid, dangerous. Not because it is, but because you've been carrying it without questioning it. We were never taught how to sit with our thoughts. We were taught to analyze them, fight them, distract ourselves from them, to assume every worry is a warning, every fear is a signal, every anxious thought is something that must be solved right now. But the mind doesn't need more pressure. It needs space. The Stoics understood this deeply. They saw that most suffering doesn't come from life itself, but from the stories we repeat inside our own heads. They taught that fear often lives only in imagination, that the mind creates storms where the world is quiet, and that peace begins the moment you stop treating every thought as a command. This is not about forcing yourself to be positive. It's not about pretending fear doesn't exist. It's about learning to see thoughts for what they are, mental events, not truths. Clouds passing through the sky of your awareness, not the sky itself. In this journey, you'll learn how to step back from overthinking, how to loosen the grip of anxious thoughts, how to recognize when fear is only a story the mind is telling, and how to return again and again to the calm that exists underneath the noise. Because when you stop obeying every thought, fear loses its authority. The mind softens, and what once felt overwhelming begins to feel manageable. Not because the world changed, but because you did. The mind rarely stays where the body is. Even in moments of stillness, it drifts ahead, searching for what might come next. And when it does, it often carries something old with it. Fear doesn't usually arrive as something new. It arrives wearing the face of the past, pretending to speak for the future. That is where this continues. Not away from what was said before, but deeper into it. Because once you begin to notice that fear is often only a thought, a quieter question follows naturally. Why does it feel so real? Fear often feels like foresight, like an inner warning system doing its job. But more often than not, it is memory reaching forward. A past experience left a mark, maybe subtle, maybe painful, and the mind stored it as a lesson. Later, when life presents a similar shape, the mind reacts quickly. It doesn't check the facts. It doesn't pause to see if the situation is truly the same. It simply says, "This happened before," and quietly adds, "So it will happen again." The future hasn't spoken at all, but the past is speaking loudly. This is how fear becomes a memory of the future, not a prediction based on evidence, but a replay based on familiarity. The mind believes it is protecting you. It thinks that if it can rehearse pain early enough, it might spare you later. So it runs scenarios, imagines outcomes, prepares you emotionally for moments that have not arrived. But preparation slowly turns into punishment when it never ends. You begin suffering events that have not happened and may never happen, simply because the mind refuses to let the memory rest. What makes this especially convincing is how the body responds. Fear does not stay in thought alone. The chest tightens, the breath shortens, the stomach reacts. Now the fear feels undeniable. But the body does not understand time. It reacts to signals, not calendars. A remembered danger and a real danger produce the same physical response. So, a thought about tomorrow can trigger a survival reaction today, even when there is no threat in front of you. The Stoics noticed this pattern long ago. They observed that most human suffering does not come directly from events, but from the judgments we place on imagined events. The mind rushes ahead, lives scenes before they exist, and exhausts itself preparing for outcomes it cannot control. They warned against borrowing trouble from the future because the cost is always paid in the present. When you live tomorrow's pain today, you double the suffering and gain nothing in return. Overthinking grows from this habit. The mind keeps asking, "What if?" Not because it is curious, but because it is afraid to let go of control. Each question pulls another memory forward, reshaping it slightly, placing it into a new situation. The details change, but the emotional core remains the same. Fear of rejection, fear of failure, fear of loss. Because the feeling is familiar, the mind assumes it is meaningful. But familiarity does not mean truth. It only means repetition. Once this is seen clearly, fear begins to lose its authority. It no longer looks like a message from the future. It looks like an echo. And echoes can be loud, but they are not alive. They do not carry new information. They only repeat what has already been said. When fear arises, the most helpful response is not to argue with it or push it away, but to recognize it, to notice that this feeling has appeared before, to ask quietly, without judgment, where it came from. This moment of recognition creates space. In that space, the mind slows down, the body begins to relax. You stop reacting as if something terrible is about to happen and start responding to what is actually here. The Stoics practiced this pause intentionally. They trained themselves to separate the impression from the reaction, to observe the thought without obeying it. They understood that thoughts only rule when they are believed without question. Fear survives on belief, not on truth. It does not need evidence. It only needs attention. And attention weakens when awareness steps in. This does not mean fear disappears forever. It means it stops leading. You no longer let memories decide how you meet moments that have not yet arrived. When fear is no longer treated as a prophecy, energy returns. The present becomes lighter. Decisions feel clearer. You stop draining yourself by living imagined futures. Fear as a memory of the future only works when attention abandons the now. When you return fully to what is happening, fear has nowhere to stand. It fades quietly, not because it was defeated, but because it was never needed. And with that understanding, another truth begins to surface. Many thoughts feel powerful, not because they are true, but because they repeat themselves long enough to sound convincing. Once fear is seen as an echo of the past, another pattern quietly reveals itself. The mind does not only replay old pain, it also rushes it forward with speed. What once felt like a distant possibility suddenly feels like something that must be handled right now. The pressure tightens. The body leans forward, and without noticing, urgency takes the place of clarity. That feeling of urgency rarely announces itself as stress. It arrives as importance, as a sense that something terrible will happen if you don't act immediately. The mind creates a ticking clock where none exists. Thoughts begin to shout instead of speak. They push, demand, insist. And the strange thing is, nothing outside you has changed. The urgency lives entirely inside the mind. This illusion is powerful because speed feels like survival. The brain evolved to respond quickly to danger, and thought knows how to borrow that system. A simple idea can suddenly feel like an emergency. A message not yet answered feels like a threat. A decision not yet made feels like a crisis. The mind frames delay as danger, even when waiting would cause no harm at all. What creates this false pressure is not the situation, but the interpretation. The thought says, "This must be solved now." It doesn't explain why. It doesn't offer evidence. It simply repeats the command. And repetition creates tension. Over time, the body learns to associate certain thoughts with stress responses. Heart rate rises, muscles tense, breathing becomes shallow. Now the urgency feels justified because the body is reacting, but the body is only responding to the thought, not to reality. The Stoics warned against this mental rushing. They understood that urgency clouds judgment. When the mind believes there is no time, it sacrifices wisdom for speed. Decisions made in haste often come from fear, not reason, and fear is a poor guide. Urgency narrows attention. It pushes the mind into extremes. Everything becomes either a success or a disaster, with no space in between. Overthinking feeds on this illusion. The more the mind races, the more problems it creates. One thought leads to another, each one louder and more insistent. You begin solving problems that are not yet real. You replay conversations before they happen. You respond emotionally to situations that exist only in your head. And all the while, the present moment is left behind. This constant pressure is exhausting. The mind never rests because it believes rest is dangerous. It convinces you that stopping to breathe means falling behind. But urgency is not the same as importance. Many things feel urgent because the mind is uncomfortable with uncertainty. Acting quickly gives the illusion of control. Waiting feels like risk, even when it is the wiser choice. The Stoics practiced slowing the inner pace, not by ignoring responsibilities, but by separating what must be done now from what can wait. They trained themselves to question the urgency of their thoughts, to ask, "Is this truly happening right now, or is my mind projecting forward?" Often, the answer brought relief. The crisis dissolved once it was seen clearly. Urgency also distorts time. A few minutes feel like hours. A small delay feels unbearable. The mind exaggerates consequences to justify its panic. It says, "If you don't act now, everything will fall apart." But life rarely works that way. Most situations allow space. Most problems unfold slowly. It is the mind that rushes, not reality. Learning to pause interrupts this pattern. A pause does not mean avoidance. It means allowing the nervous system to settle before responding. When you pause, the body calms. The breath deepens. The mind regains perspective. In that calmer state, solutions appear that urgency would have hidden. This is where true control returns, not through speed, but through presence. When you are present, you see what actually needs attention. You stop reacting to mental alarms and start responding to real signals. Urgency loses its grip when it is no longer believed without question. Thoughts that shout are not always wise. Often they are simply afraid of silence. When you stop obeying the pressure to act immediately, you discover that many fears dissolve on their own. They required motion to survive. Stillness exposes them. As this becomes clearer, another understanding begins to form. If fear is a memory of the future, and urgency is a demand created by thought, then the mind is not just predicting outcomes, it is commanding behavior. And that raises a deeper question. If thoughts can create pressure so convincingly, How many of them are truly worth following? As urgency loosens its grip, something else becomes easier to notice. When the mind is no longer shouting, "Now, now, now," you start to see where it keeps going instead. It doesn't stay here. It slips backward and forward, carrying emotions across time as if they belong everywhere at once. And without realizing it, you are no longer living this moment. You are visiting many others. There is a quiet way the mind escapes the present. Not through daydreams or fantasies, but through emotional time travel. Overthinking is the vehicle. One thought pulls you into a moment that already passed. Another drags you into a moment that hasn't arrived. And while the body sits still, the emotions move freely through years, replaying, rehearsing, reliving. This is why overthinking feels so heavy. You are not carrying one moment. You are carrying many. The mind has a strange talent. It can take a feeling from the past and attach it to the future, then make you experience both at the same time. A memory of embarrassment becomes fear of tomorrow. A past failure becomes anxiety about what might happen again. Nothing is happening right now, yet the emotional weight feels intense because the mind is stacking moments that were never meant to coexist. This travel feels useful at first. The mind believes it is learning, preparing, improving. It revisits old scenes to extract lessons. It visits future scenes to avoid pain. But instead of clarity, it creates congestion. Emotions overlap. Regret blends with worry. Guilt mixes with anticipation. The nervous system does not know which moment it is responding to, so it responds to all of them. The present becomes neglected, and the present is the only place where peace can exist. The Stoics were deeply aware of this trap. They warned that suffering multiplies when the mind leaves the now. They taught that pain has a time and place, and that revisiting it endlessly gives it more power than it deserves. To them, overthinking was not intelligence. It was a failure to stay anchored. When the mind time travels, it brings emotions along without context. A memory is no longer just a memory. It feels immediate. A future worry is no longer hypothetical. It feels urgent. The body reacts as if everything is happening at once. This is why overthinking drains energy so quickly. You are emotionally living several lives in one moment, and none of them are real. What makes this difficult is that the mind rarely announces its movement. You don't feel yourself leaving the present. One moment you are sitting quietly, the next you are replaying a conversation from years ago, feeling the same tightness, the same frustration. Or you are living a future scenario so vividly that your body prepares for impact. The shift is subtle, but the cost is high. Overthinking convinces you that resolution lives somewhere else. In the past, if you think long enough. In the future, if you plan carefully enough. But peace does not exist in either direction. The past cannot be fixed by replaying it. The future cannot be controlled by rehearsing it. All that happens is emotional exhaustion. The Stoics practiced returning again and again, returning attention to what is actually in front of them, not to deny memory or planning, but to stop living inside them. They understood that wisdom is not found by stretching the mind across time, but by grounding it where action is possible. When you notice overthinking as time travel, you gain choice. You start to see when your thoughts are no longer serving the present. You recognize when you are punishing yourself with old emotions or scaring yourself with future ones. And in that recognition, a pause appears. That pause is powerful. It breaks the illusion that you must finish the mental journey. You realize you can stop mid-thought. You can step out of the memory. You can leave the imagined future unfinished. Nothing collapses when you do. The world does not end. The body slowly relaxes. Returning to the present does not mean forgetting the past or ignoring the future. It means refusing to emotionally live there. It means understanding that reflection has limits, and beyond those limits, it becomes harm. When you stay here, fully here, something changes. Emotions simplify. They become proportional to the moment. A problem becomes just a problem, not a symbol of every past failure or future fear. Decisions feel lighter. Breathing becomes deeper. The mind stops dragging time around like baggage. Overthinking survives by movement. It needs to keep traveling to justify itself. Stillness exposes it. Presence dissolves it. When you are grounded in now, the mind loses its excuse to wander endlessly. And this leads naturally to the next realization. If overthinking is emotional time travel, then many thoughts don't hurt because of their content, but because of how often and how far they take you away from where you are. The next layer lies in understanding why repetition makes these journeys feel so real, even when they are not. As the mind keeps traveling through time, another pattern becomes impossible to ignore. Some thoughts don't just visit once and leave. They return again and again. Quiet at first, then familiar, then convincing. And without realizing it, repetition gives them a strange kind of authority. A thought does not become powerful because it is true. It becomes powerful because it is repeated. The mind has a simple rule it rarely questions. What shows up often must matter. When the same idea keeps appearing, the mind assumes it carries importance. It doesn't stop to verify it. It doesn't ask whether the thought is helpful, accurate, or relevant. It simply gives it weight. Over time, repetition turns a suggestion into a belief. This is how harmless thoughts become inner laws. A passing doubt returns tomorrow. A small worry comes back next week. A quiet fear repeats itself during moments of silence. Slowly, the mind stops seeing it as a thought and starts treating it as a fact. This always happens. I know how this ends. Something is wrong. The authority doesn't come from evidence. It comes from familiarity. The body reinforces this illusion. Each time the thought appears, it triggers a mild emotional response. The response teaches the brain that the thought is significant. The next time it appears, the reaction is faster, stronger. Soon, the thought doesn't even need to explain itself. The feeling arrives immediately. Now, the thought feels official, final, beyond debate. This is one of the quiet dangers of overthinking. The mind mistakes repetition for wisdom. The Stoics warned about this trap. They taught that the mind must examine impressions carefully, especially the ones that feel automatic. A thought that appears often is not necessarily true. It is often just unchallenged. When left unchecked, repetition builds momentum, and momentum feels like truth, even when it is not. Repeated thoughts also narrow perception. They crowd out other possibilities. Once a thought becomes dominant, the mind starts collecting evidence to support it. Neutral events are interpreted through its lens. Small setbacks become confirmation. Silence becomes threat. Coincidence becomes meaning. The thought tightens its grip not by force, but by familiarity. What makes this harder is that repeated thoughts often sound reasonable. They speak calmly, confidently. Be careful. Don't get your hopes up. This is who you are. They present themselves as realism, not fear, as logic, not habit, But realism does not repeat itself endlessly. Fear does. The authority of these thoughts comes from time, not truth. The Stoics practiced distancing themselves from this false authority. They learned to treat thoughts as visitors, not leaders. A thought could speak, but it did not get to decide. They reminded themselves that the mind generates thoughts constantly, many of them without purpose or accuracy. Granting authority to all of them was a mistake. Once you begin to see repetition clearly, its spell weakens. You notice how certain thoughts show up in predictable moments. When you are tired, when you are quiet, when something feels uncertain. The thought is not responding to reality. It is responding to vulnerability. It fills the space because it has been there before. And because it has been there before, it feels familiar. Familiar feels safe to the brain, even when it is painful. This is why simply arguing with repeated thoughts rarely works. Logic alone cannot undo habit. The mind does not stop believing a thought just because you prove it wrong once. It stops believing it when you stop feeding it attention. Authority fades when repetition ends. Attention is what keeps these thoughts alive. Each time you engage, analyze, or emotionally react, you reinforce their importance. Each time you pause and let them pass without response, they weaken slightly, not dramatically, quietly, gradually. The Stoics understood that not every thought deserves an answer. Some lose power only when ignored, not suppressed, not fought, simply left alone. Like a voice that grows quieter when no one listens. When you stop treating repeated thoughts as commands, space opens. New thoughts appear, neutral ones, practical ones. The mental environment becomes less crowded. The mind feels less heavy because it is no longer carrying the same ideas in circles. This does not mean the thoughts never return. Habits don't disappear overnight, but when they return, they feel different, less convincing, less authoritative, more like echoes than orders. And that is an important shift, because once repetition loses its authority, you begin to see something else clearly. Many thoughts don't control you because they are strong. They control you because they are familiar. When familiarity is no longer mistaken for truth, freedom increases. This understanding prepares the ground for what comes next. Because if repeated thoughts gain power through attention, then the next question becomes unavoidable. What happens when the mind starts reacting to thoughts before you even notice them? That is where fear begins to feel physical, even when nothing is happening at all. Once repeated thoughts begin to lose their authority, something subtle becomes clear. Fear doesn't always need proof. It doesn't wait for sound, sight, or touch. It can rise fully formed in a quiet room, in a still body, in a moment where nothing is actually wrong. And yet, it feels undeniable. This is where fear becomes most confusing. It appears without sensory evidence, no threat in front of you, no danger approaching, no voice raised, no door slammed, and still the chest tightens, the stomach knots, the breath changes, the mind says something is wrong, even though the senses report nothing unusual. Fear has arrived without an event. This happens because fear is not triggered only by the world. It is triggered by interpretation. The mind can create a threat where the senses find none. A single thought is enough. A memory. A sentence that appears silently and lands heavily. The body reacts before you have time to question it. The nervous system was designed to respond quickly. It does not pause to ask whether the danger is real or imagined. It listens to signals, and thoughts can become signals when they are believed. Once believed, The body responds as if survival is at stake. This is why fear feels physical even when it is born in the mind. The body is not lying. It is reacting appropriately to what it has been told. The problem is not the reaction. The problem is the source. The Stoics understood that impressions arrive before reason. A thought appears. A feeling follows. Only then does judgment step in. Most people reverse this process. They feel fear and assume there must be a reason. If I feel this way, something must be wrong. But this assumption gives fear authority it has not earned. Fear without sensory evidence is especially powerful because it cannot be disproven easily. There is nothing to point to, no clear cause to remove. The mind searches for explanations and creates them if none are found. It scans the future. It revisits the past. It builds stories to justify the feeling, and the more it searches, the more anxious it becomes. Overthinking thrives here. The mind says, I feel afraid, so I must find out why. But the search itself keeps fear alive. Each possible explanation becomes another reason to worry. The original thought is forgotten, replaced by layers of speculation. The Stoics practiced a different approach. Instead of asking why fear was present, they asked whether it was supported by reality. They returned attention to the senses. What is actually happening right now? What can be seen, heard, touched? Most of the time, the answer was simple. Nothing threatening was occurring. This return to the senses grounds the mind. It reminds the nervous system that the present moment is safe. Not perfect, not free of challenges, but safe enough. Fear weakens when it is no longer fed by imagination. What makes fear without evidence so exhausting is that it has no natural ending. A real threat passes or is resolved. An imagined one can last indefinitely. The mind can replay it endlessly, adjusting details, refining scenarios, keeping the body on constant alert. The cost is chronic tension, fatigue, restlessness. This is why learning to distinguish between sensory information and mental narration is crucial. Sensory information is neutral. It simply reports. The mind adds meaning. Fear lives in the meaning, not in the sensation. A tight chest does not automatically mean danger. A racing heart does not automatically mean disaster. These are sensations. They become fear only when interpreted as signs of threat. When you learn to notice the sensation without immediately labeling it, the cycle breaks. The Stoics did not try to eliminate fear sensations. They worked on the judgments that followed them. They knew that the body would react sometimes without reason. The task was not to panic about the reaction, but to steady the mind that was amplifying it. This takes practice. The first step is noticing. When fear appears, pause and look outward instead of inward. Name what is actually present. A room, a chair, a sound in the distance, the ground beneath your feet. This anchors attention where fear cannot easily survive. Fear needs imagination to grow. It struggles in direct contact with reality. When you stop treating every internal sensation as a message, you regain space. The body begins to trust again. The mind learns that not every signal requires action. Calm returns, not because fear was defeated, but because it was no longer misunderstood. And this understanding leads naturally forward. Because once you see that fear can exist without evidence, another realization follows. Much of what you fear is not danger at all, but discomfort. And the mind has a habit of confusing the two. Once fear is no longer mistaken for evidence, a quieter confusion comes into focus. The mind still wants to plan. It still wants to think ahead. And that is not a flaw. The problem begins when planning quietly turns into suffering, when preparation slips into rumination and no one notices the moment it changes. At first, preparation feels responsible. It asks reasonable questions. It considers possibilities. It looks at what might be needed and what can be done. There is calm in it, a sense of direction. The mind feels useful, grounded, steady, but rumination feels different. It has no end point, no resolution. It circles the same ground again and again, not to prepare, but to relieve anxiety, and it never works. The Stoics made a clear distinction between these two states. Preparation was an act of reason. Rumination was an act of fear. Preparation is forward-facing, but anchored. It focuses on what is within your control. It asks, "What can I do if this happens?" And then it stops once an answer is found. Rumination asks, "What if this happens?" And then keeps asking, long after there is nothing left to solve. One leads to action, the other leads to exhaustion. The difference is not in the topic, but in the tone. Preparation feels clean, rumination feels heavy. Preparation leaves the mind clearer than before. Rumination leaves it tighter, more restless, more drained. And yet the mind often confuses rumination for productivity, because movement feels safer than stillness. The Stoics warned against this illusion. They taught that the mind should prepare briefly and then return to the present. Anything beyond that was unnecessary suffering. They understood that you can only live one moment at a time, and dragging the future into the present only weakens your ability to meet it when it arrives. Rumination pretends to protect you, but it quietly undermines confidence. Each repeated thought suggests that you are not ready, not capable, not safe. Over time, this creates a sense of fragility. The mind starts to believe that without constant thinking, something will go wrong. But this belief is learned, not true. Preparation strengthens trust. Rumination erodes it. One clear sign of rumination is urgency without movement. The mind feels busy, but nothing changes. Decisions are delayed. Energy is spent without progress. The same scenarios replay, slightly altered, endlessly refined. The mind keeps saying, "Just one more thought," but relief never arrives. The Stoics practiced stopping deliberately. Once preparation had done its job, they let it go. They returned attention to what was in front of them. They did not rehearse endlessly. They trusted that when the moment came, reason would be available then as well. This trust is important. Rumination assumes you will be incapable later, so you must suffer now. Preparation assumes you will meet the moment when it arrives, and therefore does not steal peace from the present. Another difference lies in control. Preparation stays within your influence. It focuses on actions you can take, choices you can make. Rumination focuses on outcomes you cannot control. Other people's reactions, uncertain results, hypothetical disasters. The more the mind dwells on what it cannot command, the more anxious it becomes. The Stoics constantly return to this boundary. What is up to me? What is not? Preparation stays on the first side. Rumination lives on the second. This distinction changes how you relate to your thoughts. Instead of asking, "Is this thought about the future?" you ask, "Is this thought helping me act, or is it keeping me stuck?" The answer is usually clear when you are honest. The body knows. Calm accompanies preparation. Tension accompanies rumination. Letting go of rumination does not mean being careless. It means respecting the limits of thought. It means knowing when thinking has done enough. Beyond that point, more thinking does not equal more safety. It equals more fear. The Stoics believed peace came from right use of the mind, not from constant use. A sharp tool is effective because it is precise, not because it is always cutting. The mind works the same way. Used briefly and clearly, it prepares you. Used endlessly, it wounds you. As this distinction becomes clearer, something softens inside. The pressure to keep thinking fades. You realize you are allowed to rest mentally without being irresponsible. You begin to trust yourself again. And with that trust, another realization starts to form. If preparation can be calm and rumination can be harmful, then not every thought about the future deserves your attention. Some thoughts are signals to act. Others are just noise asking to be repeated. Learning to tell the difference is where freedom deepens. As rumination loosens and preparation becomes clearer, another voice steps forward quietly. It doesn't shout. It doesn't rush. It speaks calmly, confidently, almost wisely. And because of that tone, it's easy to trust. This is the moment when fear often disguises itself as intuition. It feels like a knowing, a gut feeling, a sense that something is off. The thought doesn't sound anxious, it sounds certain. This isn't right. Don't do this. Something bad will come of it. And because it arrives without panic, it feels reliable. But calm delivery does not guarantee truth. True intuition is quiet and brief. It appears, offers information, and leaves. Fear lingers. It explains itself. It repeats. It demands attention. The confusion begins when fear learns to soften its voice, when it stops screaming and starts whispering. Fear pretends to be intuition when it wants control without resistance. Panic invites questioning. Calm authority does not. When fear presents itself as intuition, it bypasses scrutiny. You don't examine it, you follow it. And the more often you follow it, the more convincing it becomes. This false intuition usually carries a familiar emotional tone. It feels protective, cautious. Better safe than sorry. It frames avoidance as wisdom, withdrawal as insight. Over time, life becomes smaller, not because danger increased, but because fear was promoted to guide. The Stoics warned against confusing internal impressions with truth. They believed that the mind produces many impressions automatically, and that wisdom lies in examining them before agreeing. Intuition, in their view, was not emotional reaction. It was reason aligned with experience, free from disturbance. Fear-based intuition feels urgent even when calm. It carries a subtle tension, a tightening beneath the surface. True intuition feels grounded. It does not rush you away from life. It guides you within it. Fear often borrows intuition's language when past pain has not healed. An old wound becomes a filter. The mind says, "Last time this hurt, so don't risk it again." But that is memory speaking, not insight. Intuition responds to the present. Fear responds to resemblance. This is why fear-based intuition often shows up in moments of growth. New relationships, new opportunities, new choices. Anything unfamiliar activates the mind's archive. Fear scans for similarity, finds a match, and labels it danger. Then it presents the conclusion as wisdom. Overthinking strengthens this disguise. The more you analyze, the more refined the fear becomes. It sounds logical. It uses your own voice. It lists reasons. It feels responsible. And because it does not feel emotional, you assume it is intuitive. But intuition does not argue. It does not convince. It does not return again and again. When fear pretends to be intuition, it keeps checking whether you're listening. It comes back for reassurance. It wants confirmation. True intuition needs none. The Stoics practiced testing impressions, not harshly, gently. They asked simple questions. Is this thought calm or tense? Does it expand or contract my life? Is it responding to what is happening or what once happened? These questions reveal the source quickly. Fear-based intuition often leads to inaction, delay, avoidance, retreat. It keeps you safe from imagined harm, but also from growth. Over time, this creates regret, not relief. You don't feel guided, you feel stuck. True intuition, even when it warns, leaves you feeling steady, not anxious, not pressured. It may guide you away from something, but it does not leave a residue of fear. It does not need constant reinforcement. Learning to tell the difference requires honesty. Fear feels familiar. Intuition feels clear. Fear narrows. Intuition simplifies. Fear asks you to protect yourself from life. Intuition asks you to engage with it wisely. The Stoics believed courage was not the absence of fear, but the refusal to let fear masquerade as truth. They trusted reason over reaction. They knew that the mind could lie convincingly when it believed it was helping. Once you begin to question fear's calm voice, its power fades. You stop obeying it automatically. You listen, but you verify. You pause instead of retreat. And in that pause, clarity returns. This shift matters deeply, because many lives are shaped not by obvious panic, but by quiet avoidance dressed up as wisdom. Roads not taken, words not spoken, chances quietly declined, all justified by a feeling that it didn't feel right. When fear stops pretending to be intuition, choice becomes real again. You are no longer driven by disguised avoidance. You begin to act from presence instead of protection. And this leads to the next realization. If fear can imitate intuition so well, then the problem is not that thoughts appear. It's that they become part of who you think you are. And that is where fear begins to attach itself to identity. Once fear stops pretending to guide you, another layer quietly reveals itself. Some thoughts don't just influence decisions, they move deeper. They begin to describe who you are. And when that happens, fear no longer feels like something you experience. It feels like something you are. This is how thoughts hijack identity. It begins subtly. A repeated thought stops sounding like an opinion and starts sounding like a definition. I'm not good with people. I always mess things up. This is just how I am. These sentences don't feel emotional anymore. They feel factual, neutral, permanent. And because they describe you, they are rarely questioned. The mind prefers stability over truth. Once it builds an identity, it defends it, even if that identity is limiting, even if it hurts. Familiar pain feels safer than unknown possibility. So when a thought aligns with an existing self-image, the mind accepts it without resistance. Fear benefits greatly from this. When fear becomes part of identity, it no longer needs to argue. It doesn't need urgency or repetition. It simply states, "This isn't for you," and the conversation ends. You don't feel afraid. You feel realistic, responsible, self-aware. But what's actually happening is quieter and more dangerous. The future is being shaped by a thought that was never proven. Identity-based thoughts close doors before you reach them. They decide outcomes before action. They shrink the range of what feels possible, and because they feel personal, challenging them feels uncomfortable. Questioning the thought feels like questioning yourself. The Stoics understood this deeply. They believed that identity should never be built on passing impressions. Thoughts to them were events in the mind, not descriptions of the self. They warned that when you confuse thought with identity, you give temporary mental states permanent authority. Fear-based identity often forms during moments of vulnerability. A failure, a rejection, a painful comparison. The mind draws a conclusion to protect you from feeling that pain again. Don't try. Don't risk. Don't expect. Over time, these conclusions harden into character traits. And once fear wears the mask of personality, it becomes invisible. You don't say, "I'm afraid." You say, "That's just not me." You don't say, "I'm avoiding this." You say, "I'm being practical." Fear hides inside labels. Introvert, realist, not ambitious, low-key. Each label may contain truth, but fear uses them to limit growth quietly. This is why identity-based thoughts feel heavy. They don't come and go. They stay. They shape choices automatically. You don't decide, you default. And default decisions rarely reflect your full capacity. The Stoics practiced separating the self from the mind's content. They believed you are not your thoughts, not your emotions, not your labels. You are the one who notices them. This distinction changes everything. When a thought says, "This is who you are," you can ask, "Is this a fact or a habit?" Most identity-based fears are habits. They repeat so often that they feel stable. But stability does not equal truth. It only means the thought has gone unchallenged long enough to settle in. Fear hijacks identity by offering certainty. Uncertainty feels dangerous. Identity feels solid. So the mind chooses a limiting identity over an open one. At least with limitation, the rules are clear. With possibility, nothing is guaranteed. But this safety is expensive. It costs growth. It costs experience. It costs the chance to meet parts of yourself that cannot exist inside fear's boundaries. When you begin to notice identity-based thoughts, something softens. You stop defending them. You stop explaining them. You start seeing them as mental habits rather than personal truths. And that space creates flexibility. You are no longer someone who can't. You are someone who hasn't yet. This shift does not require force. It requires curiosity. When a thought claims to define you, pause. Notice how old it is. Notice how often it appears. Notice how it benefits fear more than it benefits you. The Stoics believed character was shaped by action, not thought. Who you are is revealed by what you choose, not by what the mind predicts. Thoughts can comment, they cannot decide. As this understanding deepens, identity loosens. You feel less trapped by past conclusions. You stop carrying old definitions into new moments. The self becomes something lived, not declared. And with that freedom, another realization comes quietly into view. If thoughts can hijack identity, then resisting them might only strengthen their grip. Perhaps the real work is not fighting thoughts at all, but learning how to observe them without being pulled into their story. As identity loosens its grip, a familiar reaction often shows up. The mind notices a thought it doesn't like, and it moves in to stop it, to argue, to push it away, to replace it with something better. And without realizing it, a new struggle begins, not with fear itself, but with the effort to control it. This is where many people lose energy without ever seeing where it went. Fighting thoughts feels active. It feels responsible. It feels like strength. But most of the time, it quietly does the opposite of what it intends. The more you resist a thought, the more attention you give it. And attention is the fuel thoughts need to stay alive. When a thought appears and you immediately try to shut it down, the mind treats it as important. It marks it as a threat. The nervous system responds. Now the thought is no longer just an idea. It is something to be defeated, and anything that must be defeated gains power. This is why some thoughts return stronger after you try to get rid of them. The Stoics understood this pattern clearly. They did not teach suppression. They taught observation. They knew that the mind produces thoughts the way the heart produces beats, automatically, constantly, without asking permission. Trying to control every thought was like trying to control the weather, exhausting and unnecessary. When you fight a thought, you enter its world. You accept its terms. You argue on its level. But observation changes the relationship completely. Instead of stepping into the thought, you step back. You see it arise. You notice its tone, its message, its familiar shape, and you let it be. This does not mean agreeing with it. It means not wrestling with it. Fighting thoughts keeps you mentally busy. Observing them creates space, and space is where calm lives. One of the hidden costs of fighting thoughts is mental fatigue. The mind is constantly on guard, always correcting, always monitoring, always trying to stay one step ahead. This constant effort drains energy that could be used for living, for listening, for acting. Another cost is emotional frustration. When a thought returns after you tried to stop it, it feels like failure. Why can't I control my mind? This frustration becomes another layer of suffering. Now you are not only dealing with fear, but with self-judgment. Observation removes this second layer. There is no failure in noticing, no mistake in allowing a thought to pass. The mind stops fighting itself. The Stoics believed that peace comes from right relationship, not force. They trained themselves to watch impressions rise and fall without immediately reacting. They trusted that a thought, left alone, would dissolve on its own. And most of the time it does. Fighting thoughts also keeps them personal. When you argue with a thought, you assume it says something meaningful about you. Observation reveals something different. Thoughts are events, not identities. They come from habit, memory, mood, fatigue. They do not define you. When you observe a thought without engagement, it loses its urgency. It no longer feels like a command. It feels like a suggestion that you are free to ignore. The body responds differently. Muscles soften. Breathing slows. The nervous system senses that there is no emergency. This is why observation feels lighter than control. You are no longer responsible for fixing every mental movement. You are simply present. Many people fear that if they stop fighting thoughts, the thoughts will take over. But the opposite is usually true. What you resist persists. What you allow passes. Thoughts repeat when they are fed by reaction. They fade when they are met with neutrality. Observation also builds trust. You begin to see that you can experience uncomfortable thoughts without being harmed by them. You don't collapse. You don't lose control. You simply notice, and that noticing creates confidence. The Stoics practiced this daily. They did not aim for an empty mind. They aimed for a clear one, a mind that could see thoughts without being dragged by them, a mind that responded instead of reacted. This practice does not remove fear from life. It removes fear's dominance. Fear becomes something you experience, not something you obey. As observation becomes familiar, another shift begins. Thoughts slow down naturally, not because you forced them to, but because they no longer receive constant attention. Silence starts to appear between them, and in that silence, something steady emerges. This leads to the next understanding. If fighting thoughts costs energy and observing them restores balance, then the real skill is not control, but awareness. And once awareness deepens, you begin to notice something even more subtle. Some thoughts only exist because you keep noticing them. When attention moves away, they disappear entirely. As awareness grows and the habit of fighting thoughts softens, something quiet but striking becomes visible. Anxiety does not always arrive as a feeling first. Often it arrives as a story, a silent one, told over and over, with no one truly watching it unfold. Anxiety survives best when it is unwitnessed. The mind begins telling a story in the background, nothing dramatic, just a chain of thoughts linking one idea to the next. This could go wrong. That would be bad. I wouldn't handle it. Each sentence leads naturally to the next, and before long, the body is tense, the breath is shallow, and the mood has shifted. Yet, if asked what actually happened, there is no clear answer. Nothing changed outside. The story did all the work. This is the strange nature of anxiety. It does not need an audience. It only needs momentum. A story without a witness feels real because it is uninterrupted. No one pauses it. No one questions it. No one steps back to notice that it is happening. The mind is both the storyteller and the listener. And because there is no distance between the two, the story feels like reality. The Stoics understood this dynamic intuitively. They taught that suffering increases when impressions are accepted without examination. A thought becomes distressing not because it appears, but because it goes unseen. When a story runs without awareness, it becomes immersive. You don't hear it, you live inside it. Anxiety often hides in the future tense. It tells stories about what might happen, what could be lost, what might be revealed. The details shift, but the structure stays the same. There is a threat. You are unprepared. The outcome is painful. The story loops. Each time it loops, the nervous system responds again, as if the danger is unfolding in real time. But a story changes the moment it is witnessed. When awareness steps in, even gently, the spell weakens. You notice the thought instead of continuing it. You see the sentence instead of adding the next one. And suddenly, the story has no place to go. It needed unconscious participation to survive. This is why observation feels so grounding. You are no longer inside the narrative. You are watching it. And stories lose power when they are observed rather than inhabited. Anxiety resists this because witnessing feels like silence, and silence feels unsafe to a mind addicted to explanation. The mind believes that constant narration equals control, but control built on storytelling is fragile. It collapses under scrutiny. The Stoics practiced becoming witnesses of their own minds. They trained themselves to notice when thought drifted into speculation, not to stop it forcefully, but to see it clearly. Seeing was enough. Once the story was seen, it often ended on its own. What makes anxiety exhausting is not the content of the story, but the fact that it never resolves. Stories about the future cannot conclude because the future never arrives in thought. So the mind keeps writing, keeps revising, keeps preparing, and the body stays tense, waiting for a conclusion that will never come. When you become the witness, something important shifts. You stop trying to finish the story. You let it remain incomplete. And incompletion does not harm you. It frees you. This does not mean the story never returns. Habits take time to fade, but each time you notice it, you weaken its grip. You interrupt the automatic flow. You remind the mind that not every narrative deserves continuation. Witnessing also restores choice. Instead of being carried by the story, you decide whether to engage. Often, you don't need to decide at all. Simply noticing is enough. The mind quiets when it realizes it is being observed. The Stoics believed that clarity comes from attention, not effort. You don't have to rewrite the story. You don't have to replace it with a better one. You only have to see that it is a story. And stories are optional. As this practice deepens, anxiety changes shape. It becomes less immersive, less convincing. It feels more like background noise than a warning signal. The body responds less intensely because the mind is no longer feeding it constant narrative fuel. You begin to trust stillness again. Silence no longer feels dangerous. It feels honest. This understanding carries forward naturally. If anxiety is a story without a witness, then presence is the act of witnessing. And presence does something remarkable. It does not argue with fear. It does not analyze it. It simply removes the stage. And when the stage disappears, fear has nothing to perform on. From here, another realization begins to emerge. If anxiety weakens when it is observed, then attention itself must be powerful. And that leads to a deeper question. If attention gives life to stories, what happens when attention is placed elsewhere? That is where the next shift begins. As attention begins to loosen its grip on anxious stories, a deeper pattern quietly reveals itself. The mind does not only create fear by accident, it often returns to it on purpose. Not because it enjoys pain, but because pain it knows feels safer than uncertainty, it doesn't. This is where the mind's addiction to hypothetical pain lives. There is a strange comfort in imagining what could go wrong. The scenarios are unpleasant, but they are familiar. They give shape to uncertainty. They make the unknown feel predictable. The mind would rather hurt in advance than be surprised later. So it revisits imagined pain again and again, convincing itself that this is preparation. But preparation is calm. Addiction is restless. Hypothetical pain is suffering that has not happened. It is emotional rehearsal without an event. The mind creates scenes of loss, embarrassment, failure, rejection, and plays them repeatedly. Each time, the body reacts. Each time, the nervous system fires. And slowly, the brain learns something dangerous. Pain imagined feels safer than pain unexpected. This is how the loop forms. The mind says, if I feel this now, it won't hurt as much later. But later rarely comes the way the mind predicts, and when it doesn't, the suffering has already been paid in full, for nothing. The Stoics saw this clearly. They warned against rehearsing misfortune without purpose. They understood that imagining pain does not make you stronger. It makes you tense. They believed strength came from clarity, not from constant exposure to imagined suffering. Hypothetical pain gives the illusion of control. When the mind imagines worst outcomes, it feels active, busy, alert. It feels like it is doing something useful. But underneath, it is avoiding something more difficult, sitting with uncertainty without filling it with fear. Uncertainty is quiet. Pain is loud. The mind prefers loud. This addiction deepens because imagined pain feels meaningful. It feels serious. It feels like caring. If you worry, it must mean you're responsible. If you suffer in advance, it must mean you're prepared. But caring does not require torment. Responsibility does not require anxiety. The mind confuses intensity with importance. Over time, hypothetical pain becomes a habit. Certain moments trigger it automatically. Waiting, silence, transition, anything unresolved. The mind jumps ahead and fills the space with imagined consequences. It would rather suffer than stay empty. This is why peace can feel uncomfortable at first. When the mind has grown used to constant tension, calm feels unfamiliar, almost suspicious. Without worry, the mind feels unoccupied, and so it reaches for pain again just to feel grounded. The Stoics practiced refusing this habit gently. They did not deny that bad things could happen. They simply refused to live them before they arrived. They believed that when hardship comes, it should be met once, not 100 times in advance. Hypothetical pain drains emotional resources. It consumes energy needed for real challenges. When life actually asks something of you, you arrive already tired, already tense, already braced. Not because the event is difficult, but because the mind has been carrying it for weeks or months. Breaking this addiction does not require force, it requires honesty. You begin by noticing the pattern, seeing how often the mind returns to imagined pain without new information, seeing how it replays the same emotional themes, even when details change. Then comes a simple question. Is this helping me act, or is it only helping me suffer? Most of the time, the answer is clear. The Stoics believed that the mind should be used like a tool, not a refuge. Thinking has a purpose. Beyond that purpose, it becomes noise. Hypothetical pain is noise pretending to be wisdom. When attention stops feeding imagined suffering, something shifts. The mind protests at first. It says, if you stop worrying, something bad will happen. But this is just the addiction speaking. The urge fades when it is not obeyed. Stillness becomes easier. The body relaxes more quickly. The present moment starts to feel sufficient again. This does not mean you become careless. It means you become present. You deal with what is here, not with what the mind invents to avoid silence. The Stoics trusted life enough to meet it as it arrived. They believed resilience came from presence, not from constant rehearsal. They knew that pain, when real, brings its own clarity. Imagined pain only brings exhaustion. As the mind lets go of its addiction to hypothetical suffering, another realization begins to surface. Many thoughts feel urgent, painful, or important, not because they are true, but because they have been visited so often they feel familiar. And that leads naturally to the next shift. When pain is no longer rehearsed endlessly, the mind begins to question something fundamental. How much of its suffering is created not by events, but by attention itself? As the habit of rehearsing pain loosens, a deeper truth becomes impossible to ignore. Much of what hurts is not happening anywhere outside the mind. There is no physical danger nearby, no immediate loss unfolding, no moment demanding grief or panic, and yet the suffering feels real, heavy, draining. This is emotional suffering without physical presence. The body can be sitting safely in a quiet room, while the mind lives somewhere else entirely. Muscles tighten for a fight that never arrives. The heart reacts to a threat that does not exist in front of you. Tears come without an event to explain them. The pain feels personal and intense, but when you look around, there is nothing to point to. This kind of suffering is confusing because we are taught that pain must have a cause we can see. If something hurts, something must be wrong. But emotional suffering does not follow the same rules as physical injury. It does not need a present trigger. It only needs a believed thought. The mind is capable of generating full emotional responses without any external input. A memory is enough. A prediction is enough. A single sentence quietly repeating in the background can keep the nervous system on edge for hours. And because there is no visible source, the suffering feels harder to resolve. When pain has a physical cause, action is clear. You move away. You treat the wound. You rest. But emotional pain without physical presence offers no obvious solution. The mind searches for answers and often creates more stories in the process. Why do I feel this way? What does this mean? What's wrong with me? Each question adds another layer. The Stoics observed this pattern carefully. They believed that the mind often creates suffering by confusing impressions with reality. An impression arrives, emotional weight follows, and judgment turns it into a personal crisis. The pain does not come from the impression itself, but from the meaning attached to it. Emotional suffering becomes self-sustaining when the mind tries to justify it. Because the pain feels real, the mind assumes there must be a real cause. When none is found in the present, it looks elsewhere. The past is searched for explanation. The future is searched for threat. The suffering continues even though nothing is happening now. This is one of the most exhausting forms of pain. There is no rest from it because there is no event to end. It lingers in waiting rooms, in quiet evenings, in moments meant for rest. The mind fills empty space with distress because it does not know how to sit without narrative. What makes this suffering so convincing is the body's response. Emotional pain activates real physical sensations: tightness, pressure, fatigue. These sensations seem to confirm that something is wrong. But the body is responding to mental activity, not to danger. It is reacting to interpretation, not to reality. The Stoics taught that suffering decreases when you separate sensation from judgment. Sensation is simply information. Tightness is tightness. Pressure is pressure. Judgment turns sensation into a story. This means something bad. This shouldn't be happening. I can't handle this. The suffering grows in the space between sensation and belief. When emotional pain appears without physical presence, the most helpful response is grounding, not analysis, not explanation. Grounding brings attention back to what is actually here: the weight of the body, the feel of the floor, the sound of the room. This is not distraction, it is orientation. Orientation reminds the nervous system that the present moment is stable, that the pain, while felt, is not caused by immediate threat. Over time, this reduces the intensity, not instantly, gently, gradually. Another important shift is letting the pain exist without trying to fix it. Emotional suffering often intensifies when it is resisted. The mind says, "This shouldn't be happening," and tension increases. Acceptance does not mean liking the pain. It means allowing it to pass without turning it into a problem to solve. The Stoics practiced this acceptance deliberately. They believed that pain becomes unbearable when it is layered with judgment. Remove the judgment, and pain becomes manageable. Still uncomfortable, but no longer overwhelming. Emotional suffering without physical presence also teaches an important lesson. You are not broken because you feel pain without reason. You are human. The mind is powerful. It creates worlds. Sometimes those worlds hurt. Understanding this brings compassion. Instead of fighting yourself, you begin to listen. Instead of demanding answers, you offer space. The pain does not disappear immediately, but it stops escalating. As this understanding deepens, something else becomes clear. Many moments of suffering are not signals that something is wrong with your life. They are signals that the mind has wandered far from the present, and that leads naturally forward. If emotional pain can exist without physical cause, then relief may not come from changing circumstances, but from changing relationship. The next step is learning how to step back from the mind's commentary altogether and discover what remains when thoughts are no longer treated as instructions. As emotional suffering loses its grip, a quieter realization begins to take shape. Much of the pain did not come from what you experienced, but from how personally you carried every thought that passed through your mind. Each idea felt like it belonged to you. Each worry felt like your worry. Each fear felt like a reflection of who you are. And without noticing, ownership turned into burden. This is where the Stoic practice of thought de-ownership begins. A thought appears and the mind instinctively says, "This is mine, my fear, my doubt, my problem." Once claimed, the thought gains weight. It feels intimate. It feels important. It feels like something that must be solved or defended. But the Stoics saw thoughts differently. To them, thoughts were events, not possessions. Visitors, not property. They understood something simple but profound. You do not choose most of your thoughts. They arise on their own, shaped by memory, habit, mood, and environment. Claiming ownership over something you did not invite is unnecessary suffering. Thought de-ownership does not mean rejecting thoughts. It means changing how you relate to them. Instead of "I am afraid," the shift is to "fear is present." Instead of "I am failing," it becomes "a thought about failure has appeared." This small change creates distance, and distance creates relief. When thoughts are no longer owned, they lose their power to define you. They become temporary mental weather rather than permanent identity. A cloud passes, a cloud leaves, the sky remains. The Stoics practiced this distancing intentionally. They trained themselves to notice thoughts without immediately attaching the word "I" to them. They believed the self was not the mind's content, but the awareness behind it. Thoughts could come and go without changing who they were. This practice is especially powerful with fear. Fear feels personal because it speaks in the first person. I can't handle this. I'm not ready. I'll fail. But fear is not the self speaking. It is a conditioned response using familiar language. When you stop owning it, it stops sounding so convincing. Thought de-ownership also reduces urgency. A thought you own feels like a demand. A thought you observe feels like information. The difference is enormous. One pressures you to act immediately. The other gives you space to choose. Overthinking thrives on ownership. Each thought is picked up, examined, carried forward. The mind becomes crowded with things it believes it must manage. De-ownership lightens the load. Thoughts pass through without being collected. This does not mean you become careless or detached from reality. It means you become selective. You respond to thoughts that are useful. You let the rest pass. Just because a thought appears does not mean it deserves attention. Just because it feels emotional does not mean it is meaningful. The Stoics believed wisdom was not found in controlling thoughts, but in choosing which ones to engage. De-ownership is what makes choice possible. When thoughts are no longer yours, you are free to evaluate them calmly. This practice also reduces self-judgment. When a harsh thought appears, ownership turns it into an attack. Why am I like this? What's wrong with me? De-ownership reframes it. A critical thought is present. The sting softens. Compassion becomes possible. Thought de-ownership takes practice because the habit of identification is strong. The mind has spent years claiming every thought automatically. Letting go feels unfamiliar at first, but unfamiliar does not mean unsafe. Over time, it becomes natural. One of the most freeing aspects of this practice is realizing that you are not responsible for every mental event. You are responsible for how you respond. That distinction changes everything. Responsibility becomes lighter. Agency becomes clearer. When you stop owning every thought, silence begins to appear between them. Not forced silence, natural space. In that space, the nervous system settles, the body relaxes, the mind feels less crowded. You begin to sense a steady presence that was always there, beneath the noise. The Stoics trusted this presence more than thought. They believed clarity came from aligning with it, not from constant analysis. Thought was a tool, not a ruler. As thought de-ownership deepens, fear becomes less sticky. It no longer clings to identity. It no longer feels like a personal flaw. It becomes an experience that passes through awareness, leaving no trace. And with that freedom, another realization quietly emerges. If thoughts are not owned, then attention is the real currency. What you attend to grows. What you release fades. And learning where to place attention becomes the next essential skill on this path toward calm. As attention becomes clearer and thoughts are no longer automatically claimed, another quiet shift becomes possible. Fear no longer feels like a solid force moving you from the inside. It begins to feel more like a shape you can look at. And once fear can be looked at, it can also be named. Naming fear is not dramatic. It does not require courage or confrontation. It is simple, almost gentle, and that is exactly why it works. When fear is unnamed, it spreads. It moves through the body without boundaries. It feels everywhere at once. The chest tightens, the stomach sinks, the mind races, and everything blends together into one overwhelming experience. Fear feels large because it is vague, but the moment you name it, something changes. Instead of something is wrong, it becomes fear is here. Instead of I can't handle this, it becomes anxiety is present. Instead of this is too much, it becomes there is tension in my chest. Nothing about the situation changes, but the relationship to it does. The Stoics understood the power of clarity. They believed that confusion magnifies suffering, while precision reduces it. Naming fear brings precision. It takes a feeling that feels endless and gives it edges. And anything with edges can be held more easily than something that feels infinite. When fear is unnamed, the mind treats it as a threat. When it is named, the mind treats it as information. This is because naming activates awareness rather than reaction. You are no longer inside the fear. You are looking at it. That small shift creates space between you and the experience. And in that space, fear loses intensity. The nervous system responds to this as well. When fear is vague, the body stays on high alert. When fear is identified, the body begins to settle. It understands that the threat is being observed, not ignored. Observation signals safety. Panic signals danger. Naming fear does not mean analyzing it. Analysis often pulls you back into story. Naming is brief, simple, factual. Fear is here. This is worry. This is tension. Then you stop. The Stoics practiced this kind of clarity daily. They believe that emotions grow stronger when misunderstood. Fear becomes overwhelming when it is treated as something mysterious or powerful. But when it is seen clearly, it often shrinks on its own. Naming fear also breaks identification. Instead of "I am afraid," you say, "Fear is present." That difference matters. One defines you, the other describes a temporary state. Identity loosens. Fear stops feeling personal. This is especially important because fear often feels like a verdict, a judgment about your ability, your future, your safety. Naming turns it back into what it actually is, a response, not a conclusion. Another reason naming works is because fear depends on speed. It grows when thoughts move quickly and unchecked. Naming slows the process down. It interrupts the automatic flow. It brings the mind out of reaction and into awareness. Once named, fear often reveals its simplicity. What felt complex becomes clear. What felt overwhelming becomes specific. This is fear of rejection. This is fear of uncertainty. This is fear of losing control. And when fear becomes specific, it becomes manageable. You cannot work with what you cannot see. Naming fear also reduces secondary suffering. Without naming, fear is often followed by frustration, shame, or self-criticism. Why am I like this? I shouldn't feel this way. Naming removes judgment. It replaces it with recognition, and recognition is calm. The Stoics believed that emotions are not enemies, they are signals, but signals must be interpreted correctly. Naming fear allows you to hear the signal without being overwhelmed by the noise. This practice does not require perfect timing. You don't have to name fear the moment it appears. Even naming it later helps. Awareness does not expire. The moment you see fear clearly, its grip loosens. Over time, something surprising happens. Fear begins to announce itself sooner. Not louder, but clearer. You recognize it earlier, before it spreads. And because you recognize it, it does not escalate as easily. Naming fear builds trust. You trust that you can feel fear without being consumed by it. You trust that fear can exist without control. And that trust changes how the mind reacts the next time fear appears. The Stoics trusted clarity over control. They knew that naming reality honestly was more effective than trying to escape it. Fear shrinks not because it is defeated, but because it is understood. As this practice becomes natural, another realization gently appears. If naming fear reduces its power, then much of fear's strength must come from confusion and silence, and that leads forward to a deeper insight. When fear is no longer unnamed, you begin to notice that many thoughts feel dangerous only because they are believed too quickly. And learning to pause belief may be the most important skill of all. As fear becomes clearer and no longer hides in confusion, another distinction begins to surface naturally. The mind has been reacting as if every uncomfortable feeling were a warning sign. But when you slow down and look closely, something important appears. Not everything that feels bad is dangerous. Much of what feels threatening is simply uncomfortable. The mind often treats discomfort as if it were danger. A tight feeling in the chest, an awkward silence, the possibility of failure, the uncertainty of waiting. These sensations trigger the same alarm system as real threats. The body reacts quickly, preparing to escape, avoid, or shut down. But the problem is not the reaction itself. The problem is the mislabeling. Danger requires protection. Discomfort requires tolerance. Mixing the two leads to unnecessary fear. Danger is immediate and external. A moving car, a falling object. a real physical threat. Discomfort is internal and emotional. It arises when expectations are challenged, when control is uncertain, when growth stretches familiar limits. The body feels both strongly, but they ask for different responses. The Stoics were very clear about this difference. They believed that much of human suffering came from treating discomfort as if it were harm. They taught that pain of the body may require action, but pain of the mind often requires endurance. Not resistance, not escape, endurance. Discomfort feels urgent because it activates sensitivity. The mind says, "This doesn't feel right, so something must be wrong." But discomfort is often a sign of learning, change, or exposure to the unknown. It signals unfamiliarity, not danger. When the mind reacts with fear, it shuts down opportunities before they have a chance to unfold. This is why fear often appears during moments of growth. Speaking up, trying something new, being seen, waiting without certainty. None of these are dangerous, but all of them are uncomfortable. The mind mistakes the intensity of the feeling for the seriousness of the threat. Overthinking strengthens this confusion. The mind builds stories around discomfort to justify avoidance. This feels bad, so it must be a bad idea. But feelings are not verdicts. They are experiences. Discomfort does not predict harm. It only reflects sensitivity. The Stoics trained themselves to sit with discomfort without immediately reacting. They believed that discomfort was a natural part of being human, not a problem to eliminate. Avoiding discomfort, in their view, weakened character. Enduring it strengthened clarity. When you learn to separate danger from discomfort, fear loses much of its reach. You stop running from feelings that were never meant to hurt you. You stop protecting yourself from experiences that were meant to teach you. This does not mean forcing yourself into harmful situations. It means learning to ask a simple question when fear appears. Is this unsafe, or is this uncomfortable? Often the answer brings relief. You realize that nothing bad is happening. Something challenging is happening. Discomfort often asks for presence. Danger asks for action. Confusing the two keeps the nervous system stuck in constant alert. Learning the difference allows the body to relax when it should and respond when it must. The Stoics believed that courage was not about eliminating fear, but about understanding it. Fear loses credibility when it is exposed as a response to discomfort rather than to threat. You stop obeying it automatically. You listen, but you verify. This distinction also changes how you relate to emotions. Sadness, nervousness, restlessness. These are uncomfortable, not dangerous. They do not need fixing. They need space. When allowed, they move. When resisted, they linger. Many people exhaust themselves trying to avoid discomfort, thinking they are avoiding harm. In reality, they are avoiding life. Growth always carries discomfort. Learning always stretches identity. Change always brings uncertainty. None of these are emergencies. When you stop treating discomfort as danger, something surprising happens. Confidence grows quietly. Not because you feel fearless, but because you trust yourself to handle discomfort without collapsing. That trust is powerful. It reduces fear at its source. The Stoics believed that peace did not come from comfort, but from resilience. Resilience grows when you allow discomfort to exist without turning it into a crisis. Each time you stay present through discomfort, you teach the mind that it does not need to panic. This shift creates freedom. You stop arranging your life around avoiding uneasy feelings. You stop letting fear make decisions for you. You begin choosing based on values instead of sensations. As this understanding settles in, Another realization follows naturally. If discomfort is not danger, then many of the thoughts that push you to avoid are not protecting you at all. They are simply trying to keep you comfortable. And comfort, when chased too hard, can quietly become another form of fear. This realization opens the door to the next layer. Because once you stop confusing discomfort with danger, you begin to notice how the mind exaggerates consequences to justify avoidance. And that exaggeration has its own pattern, one that quietly shapes how you see the future. As discomfort is no longer mistaken for danger, another pattern quietly steps into view. Fear is not always shouting about harm. Sometimes it speaks more politely. It asks questions. It looks for guarantees. It wants to know how things will turn out before they begin. And when certainty is missing, fear fills the gap. Fear often shows up as a demand for certainty. The mind wants to know. It wants clear outcomes, predictable paths, solid answers. It wants assurance that effort will pay off, that risk will be rewarded, that pain will be avoided. When certainty is unavailable, the mind becomes restless. That restlessness is often labeled as anxiety, but beneath it lies a simple refusal to accept not knowing. Uncertainty feels threatening because it removes control. The mind believes safety comes from knowing what will happen next. So when life offers ambiguity, fear responds by tightening. It asks more questions. It runs more scenarios. It searches for signs. And when none appear, it assumes danger. But uncertainty is not danger. It is a condition of life. The Stoics understood this clearly. They believed that much of human suffering came from trying to control what could not be controlled. Outcomes, other people's choices, timing, chance. They taught that peace came not from certainty, but from accepting its absence. Fear demands certainty because certainty feels like safety. If you know the ending, you can relax. If you know the outcome, you can prepare. But life rarely offers this comfort. Most meaningful things require stepping forward without guarantees. Relationships, growth, change, purpose. None of these come with certainty attached. So fear steps in and says, "Don't move until you know." This is how life becomes paused. Overthinking thrives here. The mind keeps analyzing, not to gain insight, but to delay action until certainty appears. But certainty never arrives, and so the thinking continues. Each unanswered question becomes another reason to wait, another reason to worry. The Stoics warned that waiting for certainty is a subtle form of avoidance. It feels responsible, but it is rooted in fear. They believed that wisdom was not about predicting outcomes, but about choosing well despite uncertainty. Fear exaggerates the cost of being wrong. It says, if you don't know for sure, you might fail. But failure is not the catastrophe fear imagines. Uncertainty does not guarantee harm. It guarantees possibility. The demand for certainty also narrows perception. When the mind is focused on eliminating risk, it stops seeing opportunity. It looks only for threats. Neutral events become warnings. Delays become signs. Silence becomes bad news. The future is interpreted through fear's lens. This constant scanning is exhausting. The nervous system stays alert because the mind never receives the certainty it wants. And because certainty is impossible, fear never rests. The Stoics practiced releasing this demand intentionally. They trained themselves to act according to reason and values, not outcomes. They asked different questions, not what will happen, but what is the right action now? This shift brings relief. Action becomes possible again. Accepting uncertainty does not mean being reckless. It means understanding that control has limits. You prepare where you can. You choose carefully. Then you let go of what is not yours to decide. Fear loses leverage when it cannot hold certainty hostage. One of the most powerful Stoic insights is this: you can live well without knowing how things will turn out. You do not need guarantees to move forward. You need clarity of intention and steadiness of mind. When you stop demanding certainty, the present moment opens up. Decisions feel lighter. You stop waiting for permission from the future. You begin trusting your ability to respond when the time comes. Fear will still try to bargain. It will say, just think a little more. Just wait a bit longer. But you begin to recognize this voice. It is not wisdom. It is discomfort with not knowing. The Stoics believed that courage lives in uncertainty, not because uncertainty is pleasant, but because it is honest. Life does not promise outcomes. It offers experiences. Trying to turn experience into certainty creates suffering. As you release the demand to know, anxiety softens. The mind stops racing ahead. The body relaxes. You realize that uncertainty has always been present, even when you pretended it wasn't. Accepting it does not create danger. It removes tension. This acceptance builds resilience. You learn that you can handle not knowing. You can sit with questions without answering them immediately. You can move forward without seeing the whole path. That confidence is quiet but strong. And as this understanding settles, another realization begins to surface. If fear demands certainty, then many of the thoughts that feel urgent are simply attempts to escape not knowing. And when you stop feeding that escape, something surprising happens. The mind begins to discover a deeper kind of safety, one that does not depend on predictions at all. As the demand for certainty softens, something quiet but profound becomes available. The mind no longer needs to decide whether things are good or bad the moment they happen. It no longer rushes to label, predict, or defend. In that pause, a different kind of power appears. Not loud, not forceful, silent. The power of neutral interpretation. Most suffering begins not with events, but with the meaning assigned to them. A message left unanswered becomes rejection. A mistake becomes failure. A delay becomes disaster. The mind fills the unknown with judgment, and judgment turns neutral moments into emotional weight. Neutral interpretation removes that weight. It does not deny reality. It does not sugarcoat life. It simply refuses to add meaning before facts arrive. It says, "This is happening," without adding, "and this is terrible," or "this will ruin everything." That small restraint changes everything. The Stoics practiced this deliberately. They believed that events themselves are neither harmful nor beneficial until the mind declares them so. Between what happens and how you feel, there is interpretation, and interpretation can be trained. When the mind interprets neutrally, it stays flexible. It waits, it observes, it allows events to unfold before deciding what they mean. This waiting is not passivity, it is discipline. Fear hates neutrality. Fear needs interpretation to survive. It needs labels like threat, failure, or danger to justify its presence. When interpretation stays neutral, fear has nothing to attach to. A neutral mind does not rush to conclusions. It does not predict outcomes based on incomplete information. It understands that most situations are unfinished stories. and unfinished stories do not require emotional investment yet. Overthinking collapses when neutrality is practiced. Without dramatic interpretation, thoughts lose momentum. There is nothing to escalate, nothing to defend against. The mind becomes quieter, not because it is controlled, but because it has less to react to. Neutral interpretation also protects energy. Emotional reactions are costly. They consume attention, drain the body, and pull you away from the present. When you interpret neutrally, you conserve that energy for moments that truly require response. The Stoics believed this was a form of inner strength. Not reacting does not mean not caring. It means caring wisely. It means choosing when to invest emotion rather than spending it automatically. Neutral interpretation also restores perspective. Many situations that feel overwhelming in the moment resolve on their own. Messages get clarified. Delays make sense. Mistakes become irrelevant. But when the mind reacts too quickly, it suffers through outcomes that never occur. The habit of neutrality interrupts that cycle. This does not mean suppressing emotion. Emotion still arises, but it is not fueled by catastrophic meaning. It is allowed to be what it is, without amplification. Sadness stays sadness. Discomfort stays discomfort. They do not turn into fear. The Stoics trained themselves to describe events plainly. This happened. That was said. Without adding narrative, without adding judgment. Description grounds the mind in reality. Interpretation pulls it into imagination. Neutral interpretation is especially powerful in moments of uncertainty. When the future is unclear, the mind wants to decide in advance how it will feel. Neutrality refuses. It says, "I don't know yet." And that honesty creates calm. This practice builds trust. Trust in yourself. Trust in life's ability to unfold without constant supervision. When you stop labeling everything as good or bad, you discover that many things simply are, and that is enough. Fear weakens in neutral space. It cannot thrive without interpretation. It cannot escalate without meaning. It fades quietly when events are allowed to remain undefined. The Stoics believed that peace was not found by controlling outcomes, but by controlling judgments. Neutral interpretation is the foundation of that control. It keeps the mind from running ahead. It anchors attention in what is actually known. Over time, neutrality becomes natural. You stop reacting to first impressions. You give situations time. You allow clarity to arrive instead of forcing it. And with that patience, anxiety loses its urgency. This does not make life dull. It makes it honest. You respond when response is needed. You act when action is clear. And when neither is required, you rest. As neutral interpretation deepens, another realization begins to form. If meaning creates emotional weight, then withholding meaning creates freedom. And that freedom allows the mind to see something even more important. Many fears do not come from events at all, but from the habit of turning every experience into a personal verdict. Letting go of that habit opens the door to a calmer, steadier way of living, one where thoughts pass, moments unfold, and fear no longer decides the story. As neutrality settles into the mind, another pattern becomes harder to ignore. When thoughts are no longer rushing to label everything, a quiet truth appears beneath the noise. Much of overthinking is not about finding answers at all. It is about postponing movement. Overthinking often steps in at the exact moment action feels uncomfortable. It is avoidance dressed as analysis. The mind convinces itself that it is being careful, thorough, responsible. It says, just a little more thinking. I need to be sure. I'm not ready yet. These thoughts sound reasonable. They feel mature. But beneath them is often a simple hesitation to act. Not because action is dangerous, but because action removes the comfort of staying in thought. Thinking feels safe. Action feels exposed. When you stay in your head, nothing is at stake. You can rehearse, imagine, prepare endlessly without risking failure, rejection, or uncertainty. The moment you act, the outcome becomes real. And reality cannot be controlled the way thoughts can, so the mind keeps you thinking, looping, refining, anything to delay the moment of engagement. The Stoics saw this clearly. They believed that wisdom is proven in action, not in endless contemplation. Thought was meant to guide action, not replace it. When thinking continues without movement, it stops being useful. It becomes a refuge. Overthinking creates the illusion of progress. You feel busy. You feel involved. You feel like something important is happening, but nothing changes. Days pass. Opportunities fade. Decisions remain untouched. The mind stays active while life stays paused. This pattern is subtle because it often hides behind fear of mistakes. The mind says, "What if I choose wrong?" But choosing nothing is also a choice. And it has consequences. Avoided actions slowly turn into missed experiences. Over time, this creates frustration and self-doubt, not because you failed, but because you never tried. Fear prefers overthinking because it keeps you from discovering your capacity. As long as you stay in thought, fear never has to be challenged by reality. It never has to be proven wrong. It stays hypothetical, and hypothetical fear feels safer than tested fear. The Stoics encouraged deliberate action even when outcomes were uncertain. They believed that clarity often comes after action, not before. Waiting to feel ready was, to them, a misunderstanding of how confidence works. Confidence grows from movement, not from mental rehearsal. Overthinking also fragments energy. Each thought pulls attention in a different direction. You feel mentally exhausted without having done anything. This exhaustion then becomes another excuse not to act. I'm too drained. The cycle continues. Action simplifies. Even small action grounds the mind. It brings attention out of abstraction and into reality. One step, one conversation, one decision breaks the loop. The mind quiets not because it was silenced, but because it has something real to respond to. The Stoics believed that action aligned with values mattered more than perfect outcomes. You do not need certainty to act. You need intention. When intention is clear, action becomes lighter. Fear loses its leverage because it no longer controls timing. Avoidance through overthinking also distorts self-image. You begin to see yourself as someone who can't decide or overthinks everything. But this identity is built on behavior, not truth. The moment action begins, the identity dissolves. You realize the problem was never inability. It was hesitation. This does not mean acting impulsively. It means recognizing when thinking has crossed its useful limit. There is a moment when thought stops informing and starts delaying. Learning to recognize that moment is a skill. The Stoics trained themselves to notice when the mind was circling instead of moving forward. When that happened, they returned to a simple question. What is mine to do right now? Not tomorrow, not after certainty, now. Often the answer was small. A message, a decision, a first step. Action did not need to be dramatic to be effective. Movement itself was the antidote. When you act, even imperfectly, fear changes shape. It becomes manageable. Concrete, real. And real fear is often smaller than imagined fear. Reality has limits. Thought does not. As this understanding deepens, overthinking becomes easier to spot. You feel the moment when thinking becomes heavy instead of helpful. You notice the subtle relief that comes from staying in your head, and you recognize it for what it is, a pause disguised as preparation. Choosing action does not eliminate fear, it reveals it. And once revealed, fear can no longer hide behind endless thought. This shift opens the way forward, because once action begins, something surprising happens. The mind stops needing to protect you so loudly. Experience replaces speculation, and the next realization comes quietly into view. Many fears dissolve not through thinking, but through doing, and the mind's grip loosens the moment life is allowed to move again. As action begins to replace endless thinking, something subtle becomes visible. Some thoughts were never as strong as they seemed. They only stayed alive because they were being watched. The moment attention moved elsewhere, they weakened, and some disappeared completely. This is where a quiet truth reveals itself. Certain thoughts exist only because you notice them. The mind produces countless thoughts every day. Most pass through without impact. You don't remember them. You don't feel them. They appear and vanish like background noise. But a few catch your attention, and the moment they do, they change. Attention is not neutral, it feeds. When you notice a thought and stay with it, the mind assumes it matters. It brings it back. It adds detail. It connects it to memory and emotion. What was once a passing idea becomes a recurring presence. Not because it was important, but because it was observed. This is how harmless thoughts turn into persistent ones. The Stoics understood that attention is a form of agreement, not approval, but acknowledgement. What you repeatedly notice becomes familiar. What becomes familiar starts to feel meaningful. Over time, the mind confuses familiarity with truth. Many anxious thoughts follow this pattern. They appear quietly. What if this goes wrong? If the thought is ignored, it fades. If it is noticed and examined, it grows. The mind returns to it later, checking to see if it still matters. And because it has been noticed before, it feels familiar. Familiar thoughts feel important. This creates a loop. You notice the thought because it feels important. It feels important because you noticed it. Overthinking is sustained by this loop. The mind is not selective by nature. It generates content continuously. Attention is what selects, and once a thought is selected repeatedly, it becomes part of the mental environment. It doesn't need to shout anymore. It just shows up. This is why trying to get rid of thoughts often backfires. The act of trying requires attention, and attention reinforces the thought's presence. The Stoics did not try to eliminate thoughts. They practiced redirecting attention. What is not fed eventually fades. Some thoughts are like echoes in an empty room. They sound loud only because the room is quiet. When attention fills the space elsewhere, the echo disappears. The thought did not need solving. It needed less focus. This is especially true in moments of stillness. When external stimulation drops, the mind turns inward. Thoughts that normally pass unnoticed become louder simply because there is nothing competing with them. The problem is not the thought, it is the vacuum. The Stoics encouraged grounding attention in the present, in tasks, in sensation, in deliberate action, not as distraction, but as orientation. Attention placed in reality has less capacity to feed imagined problems. Noticing this changes how you relate to the mind. You stop chasing every thought that appears. You become more selective. You realize that noticing is a choice, even when it feels automatic. You cannot stop thoughts from arising, but you can choose how long they stay. Some thoughts dissolve the moment you stop checking on them. This is difficult at first because the mind believes that noticing equals responsibility. If I don't think about this, something bad will happen. But this belief is learned, not true. Most thoughts do not need supervision. They are mental noise, not warnings. The Stoics trusted this deeply. They believed that the mind, when left alone, naturally returns to balance. Interfering constantly creates disturbance. Allowing space restores order. When attention loosens, the mind feels lighter. Thoughts become less sticky. Emotional reactions soften. You begin to notice that many worries were never stable. They only felt stable because you kept returning to them. This does not mean becoming careless. It means becoming efficient. You reserve attention for what truly requires it. You stop wasting energy on thoughts that do nothing but repeat. Over time, attention becomes steadier. You notice fewer intrusive thoughts because fewer are being fed. The mind learns what matters based on where attention goes. When fear is no longer rewarded with focus, it appears less often. This is not suppression. Suppression pushes thoughts away forcefully. Redirection simply does not invite them to stay. The Stoics believed that freedom comes from governing attention, not from controlling content. You do not need to fight the mind. You need to guide what you give energy to. As this becomes clearer, another realization forms quietly. If some thoughts exist only because they are noticed, then attention itself is shaping inner reality. And that raises an important question. If attention can create persistence, can it also create calm? The answer unfolds next, because just as attention feeds fear, it can also feed clarity. Where attention rests, the mind follows, and learning to place attention wisely becomes the next turning point on this path towards steadiness. As attention becomes steadier and fewer thoughts are being fed, another subtle habit reveals itself. The mind has been interrupting itself for years, cutting thoughts short, jumping in too quickly, trying to fix, redirect, or escape before a thought has even finished forming. And in doing so, it unknowingly keeps those thoughts alive. This is where the Stoic art of letting thoughts finish themselves comes in. Most thoughts are incomplete by nature. They arise, peak, and dissolve if left alone. But the moment you interfere by arguing, resisting, analyzing, or replacing, the thought is no longer allowed to complete its natural cycle. It gets stuck mid-air, suspended, and suspended thoughts return. The mind learns that interruption equals importance. When a thought appears and you immediately react, the mind assumes it was right to bring it up. It brings it back later, slightly louder, slightly more convincing. Over time, the same thoughts repeat not because they are unresolved, but because they were never allowed to finish. The Stoics noticed this long before modern psychology named it. They observed that impressions, when met with calm attention, pass quickly. When met with resistance, they linger. They believed that the mind settles itself when not constantly interfered with. Letting a thought finish does not mean indulging it. It means allowing it to run its course without interference. You notice it arise. You feel its presence. You do nothing. No commentary, no correction, no judgment. And slowly, the thought loses momentum. It dissolves on its own. This feels uncomfortable at first because the mind is used to control. It believes that allowing a thought to exist is dangerous. If I don't stop this now, it will take over. But experience shows the opposite. Thoughts that are allowed tend to fade. Thoughts that are resisted tend to persist. This is especially true for fearful thoughts. Fear feeds on interruption. Each attempt to push it away tells the nervous system there is something to escape. Letting fear finish removes the urgency. The body learns that nothing bad happens when fear is present without reaction. The Stoics practiced patience with the mind. They did not rush to correct every impression. They trusted that clarity would emerge if the mind was not constantly pulled in different directions. This trust is essential. Without it, the mind stays hyper-vigilant, always bracing for the next thought. Letting thoughts finish also reveals something surprising. Many thoughts have no real conclusion. They are fragments, half-formed ideas, emotional residue. When allowed to complete themselves, they often end in nothing. Silence. And that silence is deeply calming. Overthinking interrupts this silence repeatedly. It keeps thoughts mid-cycle, creating a sense of mental clutter. When thoughts are allowed to complete, the mind feels cleaner, less crowded, more spacious. This practice also changes how you relate to discomfort. A thought may bring an uncomfortable sensation. The instinct is to escape. But if you allow both the thought and the sensation to finish, they often pass together. The discomfort peaks and then fades. You realize it was temporary all along. The Stoics believed endurance was not about forcing strength, but about allowing experience to move naturally. They did not cling to pleasure or fight pain. They allowed both to arise and fall. This neutrality brought stability. Letting thoughts finish also reduces self-judgment. When you stop interrupting, you stop criticizing yourself for having thoughts in the first place. You accept that the mind produces content. Your role is not to censor it, but to witness it. This creates a gentler inner environment. Thoughts no longer feel like enemies. They feel like weather, passing patterns. You stop trying to control the sky. Over time, the mind learns that it does not need to shout to be heard. Thoughts become softer, less dramatic, less persistent, because they are no longer being interrupted or resisted. This practice requires patience. Some thoughts are loud, some are persistent. Letting them finish does not mean they disappear instantly. It means you stop adding energy to them. You stop turning them into problems. The Stoics trusted time and awareness more than force. They knew that what is allowed to complete does not return as often. What is cut short comes back seeking resolution. As you practice letting thoughts finish themselves, a deeper calm begins to emerge. Silence becomes familiar. The mind rests more easily. You feel less compelled to manage every internal movement. And with this calm comes another realization. If thoughts lose power when allowed to complete, then much of mental suffering comes not from thoughts themselves, but from the habit of interrupting them. And when that habit fades, something steady appears beneath it all, a presence that does not think, does not judge, and does not rush. That presence has been there the whole time, waiting for the mind to stop interrupting itself long enough to notice. As the mind learns to let thoughts complete themselves, fear begins to look different, less personal, less mysterious. You start to see it not as an enemy, but as a system doing its job in the wrong place. Fear at its core, is not broken. It is simply misplaced. Fear is a survival response. It was designed to protect the body from immediate danger, sharp sound, sudden movement, physical threat. In those moments, fear is precise, fast, useful. It prepares the body to act without delay. But the modern mind rarely faces those kinds of dangers, and yet the survival system is still active. So fear looks for something to protect you from. Thoughts become the trigger, a memory, a possibility, an uncomfortable feeling. These are not physical threats, but fear responds to them as if they were. The same response meant for real danger is activated by imagined scenarios. The body reacts first. The mind follows with explanation. And suddenly, a harmless thought feels like an emergency. This is fear doing what it knows how to do, but in the wrong context. The Stoics understood that fear was not inherently bad. They respected it, but they also knew it had limits. They believed fear should respond to reality, not imagination. When fear is activated by thought alone, it loses accuracy. It becomes noise instead of signal. Misplaced fear feels intense because the body does not distinguish between types of threat. It reacts to urgency, not truth. The heart races whether the danger is real or imagined. The muscles tense whether you are in danger or simply uncomfortable. Fear does not ask questions. It assumes. This is why fear often feels out of proportion. The reaction is large, but the situation is small. A conversation feels like a threat. A mistake feels like danger. Waiting feels unsafe. Fear is responding with the tools of survival to situations that require reflection, not escape. Overthinking keeps this response active. Each thought adds fuel. The mind creates scenarios, and fear responds to each one. The body stays alert, waiting for impact. And because impact never comes, the system never shuts down. This creates chronic anxiety. The Stoics believed that reason was meant to guide fear, not eliminate it, but place it correctly. They taught that fear should be questioned gently. Is this danger present right now? Most of the time, the answer was no. The fear response could then stand down. This questioning is not denial. It is orientation. It brings fear back into alignment with reality. When fear is misplaced, it tries to protect identity instead of body, reputation, comfort, certainty, control. These are not survival needs, but fear treats them as such. The result is constant vigilance. The mind never rests because the threat is abstract and endless. Understanding this changes how you relate to fear. You stop treating it as a warning that must be obeyed. You begin treating it as a signal that must be evaluated. Fear becomes information, not instruction. The Stoics practiced this evaluation daily. They trained themselves to pause before reacting, to separate sensation from interpretation, to let reason decide whether fear was needed. Often it wasn't. When fear is correctly placed, it becomes quieter. It responds only when necessary. It no longer dominates the mind. The body relaxes because it is no longer bracing for imaginary threats. This does not mean fear disappears. It means it returns to its proper role. A guard, not a ruler. As this understanding settles, fear loses some of its intensity. You stop fighting it. You stop obeying it. You listen, you assess, and you choose. That choice restores balance, And with balance comes another realization. If fear is a survival response, misfiring in the realm of thought, then the real task is not to eliminate fear, but to retrain the mind to recognize what truly requires protection. That recognition leads forward into a calmer, steadier relationship with yourself and the world. As fear settles back into its proper place, an unexpected reaction often appears. The body relaxes, the mind quiets. There is space, and instead of relief, there is discomfort. Calm feels strange, almost wrong, as if something important has been forgotten. This is why calm can feel unsafe to an anxious mind. An anxious mind is not used to peace. It has learned to live in alert mode, scanning, predicting, preparing. Over time, tension becomes familiar, and familiar feels safe even when it hurts. Calm, on the other hand, feels unfamiliar, and unfamiliar is often interpreted as risky. The mind begins to ask quiet questions. Why am I not worried? What am I missing? Shouldn't I be thinking about something? These questions are not logical. They are conditioned. The nervous system has learned that constant activity equals protection. When activity stops, it assumes danger is near. Anxiety trains the mind to believe that vigilance prevents harm. So when calm arrives, the mind feels exposed. It worries that without constant thinking, something bad will slip through unnoticed. Calm feels like letting your guard down in hostile territory. The Stoics understood this reaction deeply. They knew that habits of thought shape emotional comfort. A mind trained in worry finds peace unfamiliar. They believed calm was not weakness, but strength that had not yet been practiced. Calm removes distraction, and distraction was how the anxious mind stayed occupied. Without noise, deeper sensations surface: fatigue, sadness, uncertainty. These sensations were always there, but worry kept them buried. When calm arrives, they rise. The mind interprets this as danger when it is actually healing. An anxious mind also confuses calm with passivity. It believes that if it stops worrying, it will stop caring. But caring does not require tension. Calm allows clearer response. Worry clouds it. The Stoics taught that readiness does not require anxiety. A calm mind sees more clearly, reacts more accurately, and recovers more quickly. Anxiety narrows vision. Calm widens it. Another reason calm feels unsafe is identity. When anxiety has been present for a long time, it becomes familiar. It becomes part of how you recognize yourself. Calm threatens that identity. The mind asks, if I am not anxious, who am I? This question can feel unsettling. But identity built on anxiety is not identity. It is habit. The anxious mind also fears calm because calm removes the illusion of control. Worry feels like doing something. Calm feels like waiting. And waiting feels powerless to a mind trained to believe that constant effort prevents pain. The Stoics challenged this belief. They taught that control lies in judgment, not in agitation. Calm does not mean doing nothing. It means doing what is necessary without unnecessary suffering. Learning to tolerate calm is a skill. It takes practice. At first, calm may feel empty, restless, even uncomfortable. But discomfort does not mean danger. It means unfamiliarity. When you stay with calm, instead of escaping back into worry, the nervous system slowly relearns safety. It begins to understand that stillness does not equal threat, that nothing bad happens when the mind rests. This relearning happens gradually. The body softens, breathing deepens, Thoughts slow naturally. Calm stops feeling like a trap and starts feeling like relief. The Stoics believed that peace must be trained, just like courage. It does not appear instantly. It grows through repeated exposure. Each time you allow calm to exist without fleeing from it, you weaken anxiety's grip. Over time, calm becomes familiar. It stops triggering suspicion. The mind learns that silence is not abandonment. It is space. And as calm becomes safer, another realization begins to surface. Anxiety was never protecting you from danger. It was protecting you from stillness. And stillness, once trusted, reveals a strength the anxious mind never knew it had. As calm becomes less threatening, another belief quietly starts to loosen. The mind has been holding on to an idea for a long time, often without questioning it. The idea that peace will arrive once everything is understood. That relief is waiting on the other side of clarity. That if you could just figure it out, you would finally be okay. This is the myth of figuring it out. The anxious mind is convinced that discomfort exists because something is unresolved. A missing answer, a hidden explanation, a final insight that will make everything make sense. So it keeps searching, thinking, reviewing, replaying. It treats life like a puzzle with one correct solution. And until that solution is found, rest feels undeserved. But life does not work that way. There is no final understanding that makes uncertainty disappear. No perfect explanation that removes risk. No moment where the mind suddenly knows enough to feel safe forever. The promise of figuring it out keeps the mind chasing something that does not exist. The Stoics saw this clearly. They believed wisdom was not about having all the answers, but about knowing how to live without them. They understood that clarity comes and goes, but character remains. Trying to figure everything out was, to them, another form of control. The mind wants closure because closure feels like safety. An unanswered question feels open, and openness feels dangerous. So the mind says, once I understand this, I can relax. But understanding rarely brings the relief it promises. Each answer leads to another question. Each insight opens a new layer of uncertainty. Overthinking feeds on this false hope. The mind believes that one more thought will bring peace, but peace does not arrive through accumulation. It arrives through release. The myth of figuring it out also keeps you stuck in the future. You postpone peace. You tell yourself, not yet. Not until the decision is made. Not until the situation resolves. Not until you feel sure. And in the meantime, life keeps happening without you fully present in it. The Stoics warned against this postponement. They believed that peace was a practice, not a destination. You do not arrive at calm by solving life. You cultivate calm by learning how to meet life as it is. Trying to figure everything out assumes that the mind can outthink existence, that if you analyze enough, you can eliminate uncertainty. But uncertainty is not a problem to be solved. It is a condition to be lived with. This belief also creates unnecessary pressure. The mind says, I should know by now. I should have this figured out. And when it doesn't, shame follows. Fear turns inward. Anxiety becomes self-criticism. The struggle deepens, not because life is harder, but because expectations are unrealistic. The Stoics practiced humility toward the unknown. They accepted that much of life is beyond comprehension. Other people's choices, timing, chance, outcomes. Accepting this was not defeat. It was freedom. Energy was no longer wasted trying to control the uncontrollable. When you let go of the need to figure everything out, something surprising happens. The mind relaxes. Not because questions are answered, but because they are no longer demanded. You allow uncertainty to exist without immediately filling it with thought. This does not make you passive, it makes you responsive. You stop living in hypothetical explanations and start living in actual experience. You deal with what is in front of you, not with what might happen later. The myth of figuring it out also hides a deeper fear. The fear that if you stop thinking, something bad will happen. But what often happens instead is relief, space, clarity. You realize that much of your suffering came from the belief that peace required understanding. The Stoics believed that peace comes from alignment, not comprehension. You do not need to understand everything to live well. You need to act with integrity, attention, and presence. The rest unfolds on its own. Letting go of this myth takes practice. The mind will return to it often. It will say, just one more thought, just one more realization. But each time you notice this impulse, you gain a choice. You can continue chasing certainty, or you can return to now. And when you return to now, something steadier appears. You realize that you have survived every moment you did not understand. You handled life even without clarity. This realization builds trust. Trust replaces the need to figure everything out. As this trust deepens, another insight quietly emerges. The mind does not suffer because it lacks answers. It suffers because it believes answers are required for peace. When that belief fades, a new way of living opens, one where presence matters more than conclusions, and where calm is available even when questions remain unanswered. As the need to figure everything out begins to soften, something quietly reveals itself. Much of the pain you've been carrying was never anchored in what was happening. It was anchored in the story being told about it. And when the story pauses, the pain often fades with it. Mental pain thrives on narration. The mind has a habit of explaining everything as it happens. It narrates feelings, events, reactions, and possibilities. It comments constantly. This is bad. This shouldn't be happening. This means something is wrong. Each sentence adds weight. Each explanation deepens the emotional charge. The pain does not come from the moment itself, but from the meaning layered on top of it. When narration stops, something surprising happens. The sensation remains, but the suffering weakens. The feeling is still there, but it no longer feels personal, dramatic, or endless. It becomes just a sensation moving through the body. Most mental pain is not caused by what you feel, but by what you say about what you feel. A tight chest becomes panic when the mind says, "This is dangerous." Sadness becomes despair when the mind says, "This will never change." Uncertainty becomes fear when the mind says, "I can't handle this." The body provides sensation. The mind provides the story. The story turns sensation into suffering. The Stoics understood this clearly. They believed that the mind's commentary was often the source of distress. They taught that events and sensations are neutral until judged. It is the judgment that creates emotional pain. Remove the judgment, and the pain loses much of its force. This does not mean denying emotion. It means removing the extra layer that keeps it alive. Narration gives pain a past and a future. It connects the current moment to memory and prediction. This happened before. This will happen again. Suddenly the pain is no longer about now. It becomes about everything, and everything feels unbearable. When narration stops, pain returns to its natural size. This is why moments of silence can feel relieving. not because the problem is solved, but because the story pauses. The mind stops explaining. The body stops reacting to imagined consequences. For a brief moment, there is just experience without commentary. The Stoics practiced this kind of simplicity. They trained themselves to describe rather than narrate. There is discomfort, not "this is terrible." There is sadness, not "this means I am broken." Description keeps you close to reality. Narration pulls you into imagination. Mental pain needs imagination to survive. It needs language. It needs explanation. When you stop narrating, pain loses its structure. It cannot build a case. It cannot escalate. It simply moves and passes. This is why fighting pain often fails. Fighting requires narration. I must stop this. This shouldn't be here. Each statement reinforces the story. The pain grows stronger because it is being talked about internally. Stopping narration is not forceful. It is quiet. You notice the feeling. You allow it. You do not explain it. You do not judge it. You let it exist without giving it a storyline. At first, this feels uncomfortable. The mind is used to filling space. Silence feels unfamiliar. The urge to narrate returns quickly. But each time you notice the narration and gently stop, the pain loosens a little. The Stoics believed this was a form of discipline, not suppression, but restraint. Restraint from adding unnecessary meaning. They understood that not every experience requires explanation. Over time, you begin to notice how quickly pain fades when it is not narrated. A wave rises. It peaks. It falls. Without story, there is no reason for it to stay. The mind learns that it does not need to protect you with constant commentary. This practice also reveals something important. Many moments you thought were unbearable were actually manageable. It was the narration that made them feel overwhelming. When the story ends, the moment becomes simpler, lighter. You are not ignoring reality when you stop narrating. You are meeting it directly, without distortion, without exaggeration, without fear-filled interpretation. The Stoics trusted this directness. They believed that life is easier to handle when it is not filtered through endless mental explanation. Presence to them was the absence of unnecessary story. As narration fades, you may notice more silence. Not empty silence, but alive silence, a space where thoughts come and go without dragging you with them. In that space, pain has less room to grow. This does not mean pain never appears. It means pain does not dominate. It does not become identity. It does not turn into prophecy. It remains what it is, temporary experience. And with this understanding, another insight begins to form. If mental pain fades when narration stops, then peace may not require changing your thoughts at all. It may simply require changing how much you talk to yourself about them. As narration quiets and mental pain begins to loosen, another distinction becomes clear. The mind has not only been talking too much, it has been trying to solve experiences that were never meant to be solved. It has been analyzing moments that only needed to be noticed. And this confusion has quietly kept suffering alive. Awareness and analysis are not the same thing. Awareness is simple. It sees what is here. Analysis is busy. It wants to know why it is here, what it means, and how to make it stop. Awareness observes. Analysis interferes. One creates space. The other fills it. Most people believe they are being aware when they are actually analyzing. They notice a feeling and immediately ask questions. Why am I feeling this? What caused it? What does this say about me? The moment these questions appear, awareness has ended. Analysis has taken over. Analysis feels intelligent, responsible, useful. But when it comes to inner experience, it often becomes a trap. Instead of understanding, it creates distance. Instead of clarity, it creates loops. The mind keeps pulling the experience apart, hoping that insight will dissolve it. But the experience remains, and now it is layered with frustration. Awareness does not pull apart, it stays with. The Stoics understood this difference deeply. They practiced observing impressions without dissecting them. To them, awareness meant seeing clearly without adding interpretation. Analysis, when excessive, was another form of resistance. It was the mind trying to regain control by explanation. Awareness is present-centered. It stays with sensation, breath, posture, and immediate perception. Analysis leaves the present. It moves into memory, prediction, and theory. The moment analysis begins, the mind is no longer here. This is why analysis often intensifies anxiety. It takes a simple feeling and stretches it across time. A moment of unease becomes a personal history, a future concern, a pattern, a diagnosis. The mind builds a structure around the feeling, and the structure becomes heavier than the feeling itself. Awareness allows the feeling to remain small. When you are aware, you notice tension without explaining it. You feel sadness without defining it. You sense fear without justifying it. The experience is allowed to be what it is, without being turned into a problem. The Stoics believed that many inner experiences resolve themselves when they are not interfered with. Analysis interferes by insisting that something must be done. Awareness trusts that experience can move on its own. This trust is uncomfortable at first. The mind is used to fixing. When you stop analyzing, it feels like neglect, like giving up. But something unexpected happens when you stay aware without analysis. The experience shifts. Sometimes it fades. Sometimes it changes shape. Sometimes it deepens briefly and then dissolves. But it moves. Analysis keeps experience stuck. Another key difference is effort. Awareness requires little effort. It is receptive. Analysis requires constant mental energy. It keeps the mind engaged, busy, alert. Over time, this effort becomes exhausting. You feel tired not because life is hard, but because the mind never rests. The Stoics valued mental economy. They believed energy should be spent where it mattered. Analysis of inner experience rarely produced useful action. It produced rumination. Awareness, on the other hand, produced steadiness. When you are aware, you are not passive. You are attentive. You are responsive. You notice what is happening without rushing to change it. This allows appropriate action to arise naturally instead of being forced by fear. Analysis often asks the wrong questions. It asks, why, when what is happening now would be enough. It asks, what does this mean, when meaning is not yet required. Awareness does not ask. It witnesses. This is why awareness feels grounding. The body relaxes when the mind stops interrogating experience. The nervous system senses that there is no emergency. Nothing needs fixing. Nothing needs explaining. There is just this moment. The Stoics practiced returning to this simplicity repeatedly. They knew the mind would drift back into analysis. They did not fight it. They noticed and returned, again and again. Over time, awareness becomes more natural. The mind learns that it does not need to comment on everything. Silence becomes less threatening. Experience feels lighter. This does not mean analysis has no place. Analysis is useful for planning, learning, and problem-solving in the external world. But when turned inward, it often creates more confusion than clarity. The Stoics believed that inner peace required restraint of analysis, not expansion of it. When you learn the difference between awareness and analysis, suffering loses one of its main supports. You stop feeding discomfort with questions. You stop turning sensations into stories. You stay present. And in presence, something important happens. You realize that many experiences you thought needed understanding only needed attention. They did not require answers. They required space. As this distinction becomes clearer, another realization begins to emerge. If awareness calms and analysis agitates, then the way you attend to experience matters more than the experience itself. And that insight leads forward toward a deeper understanding of how attention shapes emotion and how gently redirecting it can transform the mind without force. As awareness replaces analysis, another illusion quietly dissolves. The mind has been insisting that it is helping you, that all this thinking, planning, replaying, and worrying is done in your best interest. It presents overthinking as protection, as if without it you would be careless, exposed, unprepared. But this protection is mostly imagined. Overthinking does not stand guard at the door of danger. It stands guard at the door of discomfort. It tries to keep you from feeling uncertainty, vulnerability, or loss of control. And because those feelings are uncomfortable, the mind frames its constant activity as necessary. The voice of overthinking sounds responsible. It says, "I'm just being cautious. I'm trying to prevent mistakes. I don't want you to get hurt again." And because the intention sounds caring, it is rarely questioned. You trust it. You let it run. But protection that never rests becomes harm. True protection is precise. It activates when there is a real threat and stands down when there is not. Overthinking never stands down. It scans constantly. It assumes danger by default. It prepares for everything and therefore resolves nothing. The Stoics understood this clearly. They believed that reason protects by clarity, not by constant alarm. When the mind stays in a state of imagined threat, it weakens the very resilience it claims to build. A body that never rests cannot respond well when response is truly needed. Overthinking pretends to protect you by rehearsing pain. It says, "If we think through every possible outcome, we won't be surprised." But surprise is not the enemy. Exhaustion is. The mind that rehearses endlessly arrives at real moments already tired, already tense, already doubting itself. This false protection also limits experience. Overthinking discourages action by exaggerating risk. It keeps you in familiar territory. It prevents mistakes, yes, but it also prevents growth. It protects you from embarrassment, but also from connection. From failure, but also from learning. The Stoics believed that avoiding all pain was not protection. It was avoidance of life. They taught that some discomfort is the price of meaningful action. Overthinking refuses to pay that price, and in doing so, it keeps you small. Another way overthinking pretends to protect is by creating control where none exists. The mind believes that thinking enough will influence outcomes, that if you imagine every scenario, you can steer reality. But reality does not respond to rehearsal. It responds to presence and action. Overthinking also creates the illusion of responsibility. It feels like if something goes wrong, at least you worried about it, as if worrying proves you cared. But care does not require suffering. Preparation does not require anxiety. Responsibility does not require self-punishment. The Stoics made this distinction often. They believed that worrying about what you cannot control is not responsibility. It is confusion. Responsibility lies in what you choose, not in how much you fear. Overthinking becomes most convincing when it warns you against calm. It says, if you relax, you'll miss something. If you stop thinking, you'll make a mistake. Calm is framed as negligence, but calm is when the mind is clearest. Calm is when perception sharpens. Calm is when decisions improve. The protective voice of overthinking is loud because it fears silence. Silence removes its purpose. Without constant commentary, it has nothing to do, so it creates problems to justify its presence. When you stop believing that overthinking protects you, a deep relief follows. You realize you have been carrying unnecessary weight. You stop confusing vigilance with wisdom. You begin trusting that you can respond to life without mentally living it in advance. This trust does not come all at once. Overthinking has been a habit for a long time. It will return and offer protection again. But now you recognize the offer. You see that it costs more than it gives. The Stoics believed that courage was trusting your ability to meet life as it arrives, not rehearsing endlessly, not predicting perfectly, meeting it. This trust is quiet. It does not need proof. When overthinking is no longer treated as a protector, the mind relaxes. It stops scanning constantly. It allows moments to unfold. Fear loses its disguise. And with this shift, another insight becomes visible. If overthinking has been pretending to protect you, then letting go of it is not recklessness. It is confidence. Confidence that you are capable. Confidence that presence is enough. From that confidence, a steadier way of living begins to form. One where the mind works when needed and rests when it doesn't. And in that balance, peace becomes something you practice, not something you wait to earn. As overthinking loosens its grip and no longer hides behind protection, another quiet source of pain becomes visible. Much of the emotional weight people carry is not caused by rejection itself, but by rehearsing it long before it ever happens. The mind experiences the loss in advance, again and again, without anyone ever turning away. This is the emotional cost of imagined rejection. Rejection is painful when it is real, but imagined rejection is painful without limits. It has no beginning and no end. The mind creates scenes where words are misunderstood, efforts are dismissed, intentions are judged, and connection is withdrawn. These scenes feel personal, they feel specific, and the body reacts as if they are happening now. Nothing has occurred, no message has been ignored, no door has been closed, and yet the hurt is already present. The mind does this because rejection threatens belonging, and belonging feels like survival. So fear steps in early, trying to protect you from future pain by letting you feel it now. If you expect rejection, the mind says, it won't hurt as much later. But this strategy fails quietly. The pain is felt now, and later, if rejection actually happens, it is felt again. Imagined rejection doubles suffering. The Stoics understood that much of human distress comes from fearing other people's judgments. They believed that reputation, approval, and acceptance are external things, important, but not fully in your control. When the mind fixates on how it might be seen, it hands power away. Imagined rejection often begins with interpretation. A neutral expression becomes disapproval. Silence becomes dismissal. A delayed response becomes lack of interest. The mind fills in gaps with fear, and once the story is formed, the emotions follow. This imagined rejection shapes behavior. You hold back, you soften your voice, you censor yourself, you avoid reaching out, you don't ask, you don't try, you reject yourself before anyone else has the chance to. This is one of the deepest costs. Imagined rejection shrinks life quietly. Opportunities pass not because they were denied, but because they were never pursued. Relationships stay shallow, not because others are distant, but because fear kept you guarded. The Stoics believed that living well required freedom from imagined judgments. They taught that another person's opinion does not define your worth. When you live as if rejection has already happened, you surrender that truth. Imagined rejection also creates loneliness. Not the kind caused by absence of people, but the kind caused by emotional distance. You are present, but not open. Available, but not fully seen. The mind believes it is protecting you, but it is isolating you instead. The emotional cost accumulates over time. You begin to expect rejection as the default outcome. This expectation becomes a lens. Every interaction is filtered through it. Neutral moments feel tense. Positive moments feel fragile. You wait for the rejection to arrive, even when there is no sign of it. The Stoics practiced releasing attachment to outcomes. They believed that offering oneself honestly was enough. How others respond was beyond control. When you accept this, imagined rejection loses its grip. You stop predicting reactions. You stop preemptively withdrawing. Imagined rejection also fuels self-criticism. When the mind assumes rejection is coming, it looks for reasons. I'm not interesting enough. I said the wrong thing. I should be better. The rejection hasn't happened, but the punishment already has. This inner criticism hurts more than most external judgments ever could. The Stoics believed dignity came from character, not approval. When you act in line with your values, rejection loses its power. You may still feel it if it happens, but it does not collapse your sense of self. Letting go of imagined rejection requires presence. You bring attention back to what is actually happening. What has been said, what has been done, what is known, not what is assumed. Often the evidence for rejection simply is not there. This does not mean pretending rejection cannot happen. It means refusing to suffer it before it arrives. When you stop rehearsing rejection, the body relaxes, the chest opens slightly, the voice steadies. You begin showing up more fully, not because you are fearless, but because you are no longer punishing yourself for events that exist only in thought. The Stoics believed courage was not confidence in being accepted, but willingness to be seen without guarantees. This courage creates authenticity, and authenticity often invites connection more than fear ever could. As imagined rejection loses its hold, something important becomes possible. You start responding to real interactions instead of imagined ones. You listen more clearly. You speak more honestly. You allow life to meet you without constant defense. And with this shift, another realization begins to take shape. Many fears are not about harm or loss at all, but about meaning, about what something might say about you. When that meaning is questioned, fear begins to unravel. As imagined rejection loosens its grip, another mental habit comes quietly into focus. The mind has been treating what could happen as if it will happen. It blurs the line between possibility and probability, and in doing so, it creates fear where none is required. Just because something is possible does not mean it is likely. But the anxious mind forgets this distinction. The mind is very good at imagining scenarios. It can generate countless outcomes from a single situation, some positive, some neutral, some negative. But fear has a preference. It selects the most painful option and gives it center stage. Once selected, the mind treats it not as one option among many, but as the expected outcome. This is how fear gains momentum. Possibility is open-ended. It says, this could happen. Probability is grounded. It asks, how likely is this to happen based on reality? Fear skips the second question. The Stoics understood that the mind often suffers not because of what is likely, but because of what is imaginable. Imagination has no limits. It can stretch far beyond evidence. Probability, on the other hand, requires restraint. It requires facts, patterns, and perspective. When the mind confuses the two, it prepares for extremes that rarely occur. A single awkward moment becomes proof that rejection is coming. One mistake becomes evidence of inevitable failure. A small symptom becomes a serious outcome. None of these conclusions are based on probability. They are based on fear's ability to imagine. This confusion keeps the nervous system on edge. The body responds as if danger is near because the mind is treating a possibility as a certainty. And certainty demands reaction. Overthinking strengthens this habit. The more the mind revisits a feared outcome, the more familiar it becomes. Familiarity then gets mistaken for likelihood. I keep thinking about it, so it must be important. But importance does not equal probability. The Stoics practiced grounding their thoughts in what was actually happening. They believed that fear grows when the mind leaves the present and lives in imagined futures. They trained themselves to return to evidence, to what could be seen, measured, and reasonably expected. Probability asks for patience. It asks you to slow down and look at the full picture. Fear hates patience. Fear wants speed. It wants immediate conclusions. It wants to eliminate uncertainty by declaring a verdict. This is why fear often sounds confident. It says, I know how this ends. But knowing is not the same as assuming. When the mind confuses possibility with probability, it also distorts decision-making. You avoid situations not because they are dangerous, but because the mind has exaggerated their risk. You act as if the worst outcome is the default, even when history suggests otherwise. This habit shrinks life quietly. You stop trying, stop reaching, stop experimenting. Not because failure is likely, but because it is imaginable. The Stoics believed that courage required accurate perception, not optimism, not pessimism, accuracy. Seeing things as they are, not as fear presents them. They did not deny that negative outcomes were possible. They simply refused to live as if they were inevitable. Learning this distinction brings relief. You begin to ask different questions. Is this something that could happen, or something that usually happens? Am I responding to evidence or to imagination? These questions slow fear down. They bring the mind back into proportion. Fear thrives on extremes. Probability lives in the middle. Most outcomes in life are moderate. Conversations go fine. Mistakes are corrected. Rejections are rare and survivable. Situations resolve in ways the mind never predicted. But fear does not want moderation. It wants drama. Drama keeps attention locked in. The Stoics practiced reminding themselves of this regularly. They reflected on how often feared outcomes actually occurred. Rarely, and even when they did, they were manageable. This reflection weakened fear's credibility. Confusing possibility with probability also creates unnecessary urgency. If something feels inevitable, it feels immediate. The mind pushes for action, avoidance, or control. But when probability is considered, urgency often dissolves. There is time, there is space, there are options. This space allows for better response. You stop reacting to imagined futures and start responding to real ones. The body relaxes because the threat level drops. The mind feels steadier because it is no longer bracing for extremes. This does not mean becoming careless or dismissive. It means becoming accurate. It means respecting uncertainty without inflating it. Possibility remains, but it no longer dominates. The Stoics believed that peace came from seeing clearly. Clear sight reveals that most fears are based on what might happen, not on what is happening or even what is likely. When you stop confusing these, fear loses much of its force. Over time, this clarity becomes natural. The mind catches itself when it jumps to conclusions. It pauses. It reassesses. It remembers that imagination is not prediction. And as this habit weakens, another realization begins to emerge. Many fears feel inevitable, not because they are likely, but because the mind keeps rehearsing them. When rehearsal stops, perspective returns. And with perspective comes a calmer, more grounded way of meeting the future, one that is shaped by reality, not by imagined extremes. As the mind stops confusing imagination with likelihood, a new capacity quietly becomes available. You no longer feel glued to every thought that appears. There is space between you and what the mind produces, and in that space, calm begins to stabilize. This is the Stoic skill of mental distance. Mental distance does not mean emotional coldness. It does not mean detachment from life. It means not standing inside every thought as if it were reality. It means stepping back just enough to see clearly. Most suffering comes from being too close to the mind's content. Thoughts feel urgent because they feel personal. They feel dangerous because they feel immediate. When you are fused with a thought, there is no room to evaluate it. You react because it feels like you are being threatened. Mental distance changes that relationship. The Stoics practiced seeing thoughts as impressions, not commands. An impression arrives. It suggests something, but suggestion is not instruction. Distance allows you to notice the suggestion without obeying it. This distance is subtle. It is not created by force. It is created by perspective. Instead of "this is happening," the mind shifts to a thought about "this is happening." That single step back transforms the experience. The thought loses its grip because it is no longer mistaken for reality. When mental distance is absent, the mind feels crowded. Every thought demands attention. Every emotion feels final. When distance is present, the mind feels spacious. Thoughts come and go. Emotions rise and fall. Nothing needs to be resolved immediately. The Stoics believed this space was essential for wisdom. They taught that reacting without distance leads to regret, while responding with distance leads to clarity. Distance gives time, and time changes everything. Fear struggles in this space. It depends on immediacy. It needs you to believe that what you think right now must be acted on right now. Mental distance breaks that spell. The body calms because the threat no longer feels immediate. This skill also prevents identity from being hijacked. When you are too close to your thoughts, they define you. When you have distance, they inform you, sometimes accurately, sometimes not. You become the observer rather than the character inside the story. Mental distance is especially powerful during emotional waves. Instead of being pulled under, you notice the wave. You feel it, but you are not lost in it. The Stoics believe that emotions are natural, but being ruled by them is optional. This distance does not remove feeling, it removes drowning. Another benefit is flexibility. When you are not fused with a thought, you can change course, you can revise, you can wait. Mental distance restores choice. Without it, the mind feels trapped by its own conclusions. The Stoics practice this by reminding themselves of impermanence. Thoughts change, feelings change, situations change. Distance grows naturally when you remember that nothing mental is fixed. This skill also reduces self-criticism. When a harsh thought appears, distance prevents it from becoming a verdict. You hear it without believing it. You acknowledge it without accepting it. Compassion replaces judgment. Mental distance is not numbness. It is clarity without panic. Over time, this distance becomes a habit. You stop collapsing into thoughts automatically. You pause. You observe. You choose. The nervous system learns that not every mental event requires response. The Stoics believe that freedom begins here, not in controlling life, but in creating space between stimulus and response. That space is where character lives. As this distance stabilizes, the mind becomes quieter without effort. Thoughts slow because they are no longer being chased. Emotions soften because they are no longer resisted or obeyed. And with that softness, another realization comes into view. If distance brings clarity, then closeness creates distortion. Many fears felt overwhelming, not because they were strong, but because you were standing too close to them. Stepping back does not make you less engaged with life. It makes you more accurate. You respond to what is real, not to what the mind exaggerates. This is the Stoic skill that ties everything together. Fear loses urgency. Thoughts lose authority. The present becomes sufficient again. And as mental distance deepens, a final shift begins to form. You start to see that peace is not something you achieve by changing thoughts, but something that emerges naturally when you stop standing inside them. As mental distance becomes more natural, fear begins to lose one of its strongest disguises. It no longer feels like a command. It no longer feels like a warning that must be obeyed. Instead, it reveals itself as something quieter and more unsettling, a question. Fear often arrives as a question without an answer. What if this goes wrong? What if I'm not enough? What if everything falls apart? These questions feel urgent, heavy, demanding. The mind treats them as problems that must be solved immediately. But the truth is simpler and more uncomfortable. These questions are not meant to be answered. They are born from uncertainty, and uncertainty does not offer conclusions. The suffering begins when the mind insists on answering them anyway. The Stoics understood that some questions do not exist to be resolved. They exist to be endured. When the mind tries to force an answer where none exists, it creates endless tension. Each answer leads to another question. Each explanation opens another gap. The mind never rests because it is chasing certainty in a place where certainty cannot live. Fear asks questions about the future because the future is undefined. The mind hates undefined space. It feels exposed there. So fear fills the space with questions, hoping answers will build walls of safety. But no answer satisfies for long, because the question itself is not logical, it is emotional. What if is not a request for information. It is a demand for reassurance. The Stoics believed that peace comes not from answering every question, but from recognizing which questions are unanswerable. When you stop trying to solve them, they lose power, not because they disappear, but because they no longer control your attention. Fear as a question feels personal. It sounds like concern, like care, like intelligence. But these questions rarely improve action. They freeze it. They keep the mind suspended, always waiting for certainty before moving forward. And certainty never arrives. The mind believes that if it could just find the right answer, fear would stop. But fear is not waiting for the answer. It is sustained by the search. The search itself keeps fear alive. The Stoics practiced letting these questions remain open. They did not rush to close them. They understood that living well required acting without knowing. Courage to them was the ability to move forward while questions remained unanswered. This does not mean ignoring fear. It means recognizing its limits. A question like, "What if this fails?" cannot be answered honestly. The future has not happened yet. Any answer is imagination pretending to be knowledge. Trying to answer it gives imagination authority it does not deserve. When you stop answering fear's questions, something surprising happens. The question weakens. It still appears, but it no longer feels urgent. The mind stops chasing it. Attention returns to what is real, what is present, what can actually be done now. This is where calm deepens. The Stoics believed that the present moment is the only place where action is possible. Questions about the future pull you away from that place. When you return to now, the questions lose relevance. They have nowhere to attach. Fear's questions also tend to be absolute. What if everything goes wrong? What if I never recover? These questions assume extremes. They ignore nuance. They ignore resilience. They ignore the countless outcomes that are neither perfect nor disastrous. The Stoics countered this by grounding themselves in reality, not imagined futures, but current conditions. What is happening now? What is in my control? These questions bring the mind back into balance. Letting fear's questions remain unanswered is not avoidance, it is discernment. You stop mistaking emotional noise for intellectual inquiry. You stop trying to think your way out of uncertainty. Over time, this practice builds trust. Trust in your ability to respond when something actually happens. Trust in life's capacity to unfold without constant supervision. Trust that not knowing is not a failure. Fear loses strength when it realizes it will not be answered. It stops knocking so loudly. It stops demanding attention. It becomes just another mental event, passing through. The Stoics believed that peace is found when the mind accepts the limits of reason. Reason is powerful, but it cannot predict everything. Accepting this does not weaken you. It steadies you. When fear appears as a question, you no longer rush to solve it. You acknowledge it, you let it exist, and then you return to living. This is where freedom lives, not in answers, but in presence. You begin to see that many fears were never asking for solutions. They were asking for permission to stay. When you stop granting that permission, they fade naturally. As this realization settles, the mind becomes quieter without effort. Questions still arise, but they no longer dominate. You learn to live alongside uncertainty without fighting it. And in that coexistence, Something strong and calm takes shape. A way of moving through life without needing to know how everything will turn out. A way of meeting fear without obeying it. This is the Stoic understanding at its core. Not that fear disappears, but that it no longer decides the path. As fear stops demanding answers and questions are allowed to remain open, another truth becomes impossible to ignore. The mind may ask the questions, but it is the body that pays the price. The body listens closely to what the mind believes. And when belief settles in, the body responds as if it were fact. The body obeys thoughts it believes. Not thoughts you hear, not thoughts that pass by, thoughts you believe. A single believed thought can change posture, breath, muscle tension, and heart rate within seconds. The shoulders tighten, the jaw clenches, the stomach contracts. Nothing in the room has changed, but the body is preparing for impact. It is not reacting to reality. It is reacting to meaning. The body does not speak language. It speaks sensation, and it treats belief as instruction. This is why fear feels physical. The body is not imagining danger. It is responding to a signal it trusts. When the mind believes a thought, something is wrong. I'm not safe. I can't handle this. The body moves into defense automatically. It does not pause to ask whether the thought is true. It assumes the mind knows what it's doing. The Stoics understood this connection deeply. They believed that beliefs shape behavior long before conscious choice appears. If the mind declares threat, the body prepares. If the mind declares helplessness, the body weakens. If the mind declares urgency, the body tightens. This is not weakness. It is design. The problem arises when the mind believes thoughts that are not grounded in reality. Imagined danger produces real tension. Hypothetical failure produces real stress. Rehearsed rejection produces real pain. The body obeys faithfully, even when the signal is false. Over time, this creates patterns. Certain thoughts trigger certain bodily responses automatically. A phrase, a memory, a situation. The body reacts before you realize what you're thinking. Fear feels sudden because belief has already occurred beneath awareness. This is why logic alone rarely calms anxiety. You can tell yourself there's nothing wrong, but if the belief has already taken hold, the body has already responded. Calm does not return through argument. It returns through changing the relationship to belief. The Stoics did not try to control the body directly. They worked on the judgments that preceded reaction. They knew that when belief softens, the body follows. A thought only becomes a command when it is believed. When belief loosens, the body begins to relax naturally. The breath deepens, the muscles soften, the nervous system stands down, not because you forced it to, but because the threat signal faded. This is why awareness is so powerful. When you notice a thought without believing it, the body receives no instruction. The thought passes, the body remains steady. Belief often happens quietly. You don't say, "I believe this." You feel it. The feeling is the body's confirmation that belief has occurred. Tightness means agreement. Ease means neutrality. This does not mean every uncomfortable sensation is caused by belief, but many are. And recognizing this restores choice. You stop asking, "What's wrong with my body?" and start asking, "What thought did I just accept as true?" The Stoics practiced catching belief early. They paid attention to first impressions. The moment a thought appeared, they asked whether it deserved agreement, not whether it was loud, not whether it was familiar, whether it was accurate. This pause is everything. When belief is questioned, the body has room to reset. It no longer has to stay in defense. It learns that not every thought is an emergency. Over time, the nervous system becomes less reactive. It trusts the mind again. Many people believe the body is betraying them during anxiety. Racing heart, sweaty palms, shallow breath. But the body is not betraying you. It is obeying you. Or more precisely, it is obeying what you believe. Changing belief does not require force. It requires noticing. A thought arises. You see it. You do not agree. You let it pass. The body responds to that neutrality with calm. This is why thought de-ownership and mental distance matter so deeply. When thoughts are no longer treated as truth, the body stops reacting as if danger is everywhere. The Stoics believed that inner freedom came from governing belief, not suppressing emotion. Emotions follow belief. Calm follows clarity. As this understanding settles, compassion grows. You stop blaming yourself for physical anxiety. You see the chain clearly. Thought arrow, belief, arrow body response. And when the chain is seen, it can be interrupted, not by control, by awareness. The body does not need to be convinced. It needs to be reassured. And reassurance does not come from fighting thoughts. It comes from not believing them too quickly. As belief loosens, the body softens. As the body softens, the mind quiets. A loop that once fueled fear begins to reverse, and this opens the door to the next realization. If the body obeys believed thoughts, then freedom does not require eliminating thoughts at all. It requires learning which thoughts deserve belief, and which ones can be allowed to pass without instruction. That skill changes everything. As belief loosens and the body begins to respond with less tension, a deeper consequence of overthinking comes into view. It is not just tiring. It is not just uncomfortable. Overthinking slowly chips away at something essential: trust. Not trust in ideas or plans, but trust in life itself. Overthinking erodes trust in life by sending a quiet message again and again. The present cannot be relied on. Each time the mind rushes ahead to predict, control, or rehearse, it implies that what is happening now is insufficient, that something must be monitored, that danger is always just out of sight. Over time, this creates a relationship with life based on suspicion rather than openness. The mind begins to believe that life is something to manage, not something to meet. This erosion happens subtly. Overthinking does not say, life cannot be trusted. It says, let's just be careful. Let's think this through one more time. Let's make sure nothing goes wrong. These sound responsible, but beneath them is a refusal to let life unfold without supervision. Trust requires allowance. Overthinking removes allowance. When you trust life, you believe that you can respond to what happens as it happens. You do not need to live moments in advance. Overthinking replaces this trust with constant preparation. It assumes that without mental control, things will fall apart. The Stoics believed this assumption was the root of much suffering. They taught that life is uncertain by nature, and trying to eliminate that uncertainty creates tension rather than safety. To them, trust did not mean believing everything would go well. It meant believing you could meet whatever came. Overthinking quietly says the opposite. It says you will not be able to handle it unless you prepare endlessly. This belief weakens confidence. The more you think, the less capable you feel. The mind becomes busy, but the sense of inner strength fades. This loss of trust also affects how you experience the present. Moments are no longer enough on their own. A calm moment feels suspicious. A good experience feels temporary. You wait for something to go wrong. Enjoyment is delayed because vigilance never rests. Life becomes something you brace for instead of participate in. Overthinking also undermines trust in timing. It rushes ahead, believing that if something is not solved immediately, it will become dangerous. Patience disappears. Waiting feels unsafe. But life has its own rhythm. Forcing it to move faster through thought creates friction. The Stoics respected timing deeply. They believed that some things unfold only when allowed. Overthinking interferes with this natural unfolding. It pulls experiences forward prematurely, often distorting them. Trust in life also includes trust in others. Overthinking imagines motives, reactions, and outcomes without evidence. It fills silence with meaning. It turns neutral behavior into threat. Slowly, the world feels less friendly, less predictable, less safe. But this perception is created internally. The more you overthink, the more the mind assumes responsibility for everything. And when responsibility becomes overwhelming, trust collapses. You feel alone with your thoughts, carrying the burden of preventing every possible outcome. The Stoics believed this burden was unnecessary. They taught that much of life is not yours to manage. Other people's choices, external events, chance. Accepting this was not defeat, it was relief. When you stop overthinking, trust begins to return naturally. Not blind trust, grounded trust. Trust that you can respond. Trust that you do not need to control every detail. Trust that life has held you before, even when you did not understand it. This trust does not remove challenges, it removes constant resistance. As trust returns, the nervous system relaxes. The body no longer feels like it must stay alert at all times. The mind stops scanning for threats. Attention returns to what is actually happening instead of what might. You begin to notice something important. Life has been unfolding all along, even while you were thinking about it. You survived moments you did not plan for. You adapted. You learned. You recovered. Evidence of trust was already there. Overthinking ignored this evidence. The Stoics believed that remembering past resilience was key to restoring trust, not by replaying trauma, but by acknowledging strength. You have handled uncertainty before. You can handle it again. When overthinking erodes trust, fear grows. When trust returns, fear softens. Not because the world becomes predictable, but because you stop demanding it to be. Trust in life is not a belief that nothing bad will happen. It is a belief that life does not require constant mental control to be lived well. As this trust deepens, a new relationship with uncertainty forms. Uncertainty no longer feels like a threat. It feels like openness, space, possibility. And with that shift, the mind rests more easily. It stops hovering over every moment. It allows experiences to arrive and leave on their own terms. This is where peace begins to stabilize, not because life is safe, but because trust has returned to where it belongs. As trust in life slowly returns, another truth becomes clear. Not every thought has the power to hurt you. Many only do damage when they are accepted as true. The pain was never in the thought itself. It was in the belief you placed behind it. Thoughts only hurt when they are believed. A thought can appear quietly, almost harmless. I'm not enough. This will fail. Something bad is coming. On their own, these are just sentences passing through the mind. But the moment belief steps in, the body reacts. The chest tightens, the mood drops, energy drains. Nothing outside has changed, yet everything inside has shifted. Belief is the switch. The Stoics understood that thoughts are constant, but belief is optional. They taught that impressions arrive automatically, but agreement is a choice. When a thought is believed, it becomes an instruction. When it is not, it remains background noise. This explains why the same thought can feel devastating one day and meaningless the next. The content did not change. Your relationship to it did. Belief gives thoughts authority. It tells the nervous system, this matters, and the body responds accordingly. Fear feels real because belief made it real inside. But belief is not truth. It is a mental action, often performed unconsciously. Many painful thoughts are old, recycled, learned. They repeat not because they are accurate, but because they were believed once and never questioned again. Over time, belief becomes habit, and habit feels like fact. The Stoics practiced interrupting this habit. They did not try to stop thoughts from appearing. They focused on the moment of agreement. They asked themselves, is this thought true? Is it useful? Is it within my control? If the answer was no, belief was withheld. Without belief, the thought lost its sting. This does not mean arguing with every thought. Argument keeps belief engaged. It means noticing without agreeing, letting the thought pass without endorsing it. This neutral stance removes the emotional charge.
Believed thoughts shape mood. Unbelieved thoughts pass unnoticed.
This is why fear can vanish quickly when perspective shifts. The moment you realize a thought is not true, the body relaxes. Relief comes not because the situation changed, but because belief dissolved. Many people think their suffering proves their thoughts are true. If it hurts this much, it must be real. But pain does not confirm truth. Pain confirms belief. The body is responding to meaning, not accuracy. The Stoics warned against this confusion. They believed emotions reveal what has been believed, not what is real. This insight restores agency. You stop asking, why does this hurt? And start asking, what did I just agree with? This shift is powerful. Belief often happens quickly, automatically, before awareness catches up. But once you start noticing it, the process slows. You see the moment when a thought tries to become a conclusion. You pause. You don't rush to accept it. That pause changes everything. Without belief, thoughts lose their power to predict, judge, or threaten. They become suggestions at best, noise at worst. This is not denial. It is discernment. The Stoics believed wisdom was knowing when not to believe the mind. The mind is creative, not always accurate. Treating every thought as truth is like treating every rumor as fact. Discernment protects peace. Belief also determines duration. A believed thought lingers. It repeats. It demands attention. An unbelieved thought fades. It has no support, no fuel, no reason to return. This explains why some fears persist for years. They were believed once and never revisited. Questioning belief loosens them, not dramatically, gradually. The body responds first. The mind follows. Over time, you begin to trust yourself more. Not because you control thoughts, but because you control belief. You realize that you can experience thoughts without being harmed by them. This builds emotional resilience. You stop being afraid of your own mind. You stop bracing for every thought that appears. You know that pain is not automatic. It requires belief. The Stoics believed this understanding was essential for freedom. Freedom was not about eliminating fear. It was about not believing it blindly. As this becomes clearer, fear loses urgency. Thoughts still appear, but they do not command. The body stays calmer because it is no longer receiving constant threat signals. And with this calm, another realization begins to form. If thoughts only hurt when believed, then peace is not something you earn by changing life. It is something you allow by changing agreement. This realization marks a turning point. You stop fighting thoughts. You stop running from them. You simply stop believing the ones that harm you. And from that simplicity, a steadier, quieter mind begins to emerge, one that can host thoughts without being ruled by them, and one that knows the difference between what appears and what deserves belief. As belief loosens and thoughts no longer land with the same force, another habit becomes visible. The mind is not only predicting events, it is predicting how you will feel about them, and this prediction often becomes another source of suffering. This is the trap of emotional forecasting. Emotional forecasting is when the mind decides in advance how painful, overwhelming, or unbearable a future moment will be. It says, "If this happens, I'll be devastated. I won't cope. It will ruin me." The event has not occurred, but the emotion has already been assigned. And once assigned, the body begins to respond as if the feeling is inevitable. The mind treats this forecast as fact. What makes this trap powerful is that it feels realistic. It feels honest. The mind believes it knows itself well enough to predict its own reaction. But this belief ignores something essential. You are not the same person in the future that you are now. Context changes. Strength changes. Support appears. Perspective shifts. Emotional forecasting assumes the future will be faced with the same resources you have in this moment. That assumption is almost always wrong. The Stoics understood this deeply. They believed that the mind consistently underestimates its ability to endure. They observed that people suffer more in anticipation than in experience. What feels unbearable in thought often becomes manageable in reality. Emotional forecasting traps you in advanced suffering. You grieve losses that may never occur. You brace for pain that may be softened by circumstances you cannot yet see. The mind experiences the emotion now, without the balance that real experience provides. This is why forecasted emotions feel heavier than real ones. Real experiences come with information, movement, and resolution. Imagined experiences are static. They loop. They have no natural end. The mind also forgets something important when forecasting emotion. Feelings are not fixed. They are fluid. They rise and fall. They change quickly in response to new information. But emotional forecasting freezes them in their most intense imagined form. Fear loves this freeze. Overthinking feeds emotional forecasting by replaying the same imagined future again and again. Each replay strengthens the emotional expectation. Familiarity is mistaken for accuracy. I keep imagining this, so it must be how it will feel. But repetition does not equal truth. It only equals rehearsal. The Stoics warned against rehearsing suffering. They believed it weakened resilience rather than building it. They taught that courage grows through meeting reality, not imagining it endlessly. Another problem with emotional forecasting is that it narrows choice. If the mind believes a future emotion will be unbearable, it avoids the situation entirely. You don't apply. You don't speak. You don't try. Not because the outcome is bad, but because the imagined feeling feels too much. This is how emotional forecasting shrinks life. The Stoics practiced returning attention to the present emotional capacity. Not how you might feel later, but how you feel now. And now you are breathing. Now you are functioning. Now you are handling what is in front of you. This evidence matters more than imagined collapse. Emotional forecasting also ignores adaptation. Humans adapt quickly. What initially feels intense often settles. What feels shocking becomes familiar. What feels unbearable becomes part of life. This is not because pain disappears, but because capacity expands. The Stoics trusted this expansion. They believed that strength reveals itself in action, not in prediction. You do not need to know how you will feel. You need to know that you can respond. Breaking the trap of emotional forecasting begins with noticing it. When the mind says, "I won't handle this," pause. Ask gently, is this a prediction or a fact? Almost always it is a prediction, and predictions about feelings are especially unreliable. You are not required to believe forecasts. Another helpful shift is separating the event from the emotion. The event may happen or it may not. The emotion may arise or it may not. And even if it does, it will move. You do not need to experience it now to prepare for it later. The Stoics believed that meeting pain once was enough. Meeting it in advance was unnecessary cruelty. When emotional forecasting loses credibility, fear softens. The future feels less heavy, not because it is guaranteed to be easy, but because it is no longer defined in advance by imagined suffering. You begin to trust your future self, not because you know what will happen, but because you know you will not face it alone, frozen or unchanging. You will face it as a living, adapting human being. This trust returns choice. You stop avoiding situations based on predicted feelings. You act based on values instead. You allow experiences to unfold before deciding how you feel about them. The Stoics believed this was freedom. Freedom from imagined emotion. Freedom from self-imposed limits. Freedom to meet life as it arrives, not as the mind rehearses it. As this trap loosens, another realization comes quietly into view. Much of fear is not about events or thoughts, but about the belief that feelings are permanent and overwhelming. When that belief fades, the mind relaxes. And from that relaxation, a steadier truth emerges. You do not need to know how you will feel in the future to live well now. You only need to trust that whatever arises, you will meet it, one moment at a time. As emotional forecasting loosens its grip, a small but powerful phrase begins to feel less threatening. It doesn't solve anything. It doesn't offer reassurance. And yet, it carries more calm than most answers ever could. That phrase is, "I don't know." For an anxious mind, those words feel dangerous. They sound like weakness, like failure, like giving up control. The mind has been trained to believe that not knowing is unsafe, that certainty is protection, that answers are the only thing standing between you and collapse. So it keeps searching, predicting, rehearsing, anything to avoid admitting uncertainty. But there is a quiet strength in accepting, "I don't know." The Stoics understood this deeply. They believed wisdom did not come from knowing everything, but from knowing where knowledge ends. Life is larger than thought. Outcomes are shaped by forces no mind can fully predict. Pretending otherwise creates tension. Admitting uncertainty releases it. When you say, "I don't know," honestly, not with despair, but with clarity, the mind stops fighting reality. It stops demanding answers that do not exist. And in that surrender, something steadier appears. "I don't know" is not the same as "I can't handle it." It is closer to "I will meet it when it comes." Fear thrives on false certainty. It would rather give you a painful answer than allow open space. A wrong conclusion feels safer than no conclusion at all. So fear fills the unknown with worst-case scenarios. Accepting "I don't know" takes away fear's material. There is no story to build, no forecast to cling to. The Stoics practiced this acceptance deliberately. They did not rush to explain the future. They focused on what could be done now, with the information available now. Anything beyond that was speculation, and speculation was not wisdom. Accepting "I don't know" also restores honesty. Much anxiety comes from pretending to understand what you do not. You act as if you should know how things will turn out, how people will respond, how you will feel. That pressure is exhausting. Letting go of it is relief. There is also humility in this acceptance. Not humiliation, humility. A recognition that life does not owe explanations in advance, that you are allowed to move forward without clarity, that not knowing is part of being alive, not a flaw in you. The anxious mind fears that without answers, it will fall apart, but experience shows the opposite. When you stop demanding answers, the body relaxes, the nervous system stops bracing, the mind becomes quieter because it is no longer chasing certainty. "I don't know" creates space, and in that space, attention returns to the present, to what can be felt, to what can be done, to what actually exists. Fear lives in imagined futures. Presence lives in what is real. The Stoics believed that peace came from aligning with reality, not arguing with it. Reality includes uncertainty. Resisting that fact creates suffering. Accepting it creates steadiness. This acceptance also builds trust in yourself. You stop relying on predictions to feel safe. You trust your ability to respond instead. You trust that clarity will appear when needed, not before. "I don't know" does not end movement. It frees it. Many decisions are delayed because the mind wants certainty first. Accepting not knowing allows action to begin. You stop waiting for perfect understanding. You take the next reasonable step. Life unfolds from there. The Stoics often reminded themselves that the present moment does not require future knowledge. It requires presence. You do not need to know how everything will turn out to act with integrity now. Accepting "I don't know" also softens self-judgment. You stop criticizing yourself for not having answers. You stop measuring yourself against impossible standards. You allow yourself to be human. This acceptance is not passive. It is grounded. It does not mean abandoning thought. It means using thought where it is useful and letting go where it is not. Over time, "I don't know" stops feeling like a threat and starts feeling like freedom. The unknown becomes open rather than hostile. Possibility replaces fear. Curiosity replaces tension. The Stoics believed that strength was not loud. It was calm. It did not come from certainty, but from stability in uncertainty. From standing comfortably in not knowing without rushing to fill the space. As this quiet strength develops, the mind becomes less reactive. Questions still arise, but they no longer demand immediate answers. Fear loses urgency. Life feels less like a problem to solve and more like an experience to live. And with this shift, another realization gently appears. When you stop needing answers to feel safe, you begin to notice something else entirely. Much of peace was never waiting in understanding. It was waiting in permission. Permission to not know and to be okay anyway. That permission changes everything. As the strength of "I don't know" settles in, another pattern becomes easier to see. Fear does not survive on danger alone. It survives on repetition. It grows through rehearsal. Each time the mind practices a feared scenario, fear learns the script better. Fear feeds on mental rehearsal. Mental rehearsal feels productive. The mind believes it is preparing, practicing, getting ready. It runs scenes again and again, adjusting details, refining outcomes. But instead of building readiness, it builds familiarity. And familiarity makes fear stronger, not weaker. The mind rehearses conversations before they happen. It rehearses failures before attempts. It rehearses losses before any loss has occurred. Each rehearsal teaches the nervous system that the imagined event is important. The body responds as if it were real. Stress hormones rise, muscles tense, the heart reacts. Fear becomes embodied. What is rehearsed becomes familiar. What is familiar feels likely. What feels likely feels dangerous. This is how fear gains credibility. The Stoics warned against rehearsing misfortune without purpose. They believed that imagining hardship could be useful only when done briefly and calmly, to prepare character, not when done obsessively. Rehearsal driven by fear does not prepare, it conditions. Mental rehearsal creates emotional memory. The body remembers the stress even if the event never happens. Later, when a similar situation appears, fear activates instantly. Not because danger is present, but because the body recognizes the pattern. This is why fear can feel automatic. It has been practiced. Overthinking keeps this cycle alive. Each "what if" is another rehearsal. Each replay strengthens the pathway. The mind tells itself it is preventing surprise, but surprise is not the real issue. Familiarity with fear is. The Stoics understood that courage is not built by imagining failure repeatedly. It is built by meeting reality once with clarity. Rehearsal steals that opportunity by exhausting you in advance. Another cost of mental rehearsal is emotional blunting. When you experience fear repeatedly in imagination, real experiences lose contrast. You arrive already tense, already guarded. Joy feels fragile. Calm feels temporary. The mind is always halfway to the next imagined crisis. Mental rehearsal also narrows perception. When fear is rehearsed often, the mind starts looking for confirmation. Neutral events are interpreted through the rehearsed story. Silence becomes rejection. Delay becomes failure. Ambiguity becomes threat. The mind is no longer seeing reality. It is seeing rehearsal. The Stoics practiced interrupting this cycle by returning to the present. They believed the present moment was the only place where action and judgment should occur. Imagining futures beyond that was wasted effort. This does not mean never thinking ahead. It means knowing when thinking becomes practice instead of planning. Planning is brief and purposeful. Rehearsal is repetitive and emotional. One ends, the other loops. Fear loves loops. Breaking the habit of mental rehearsal does not require force. It requires noticing when the mind is replaying instead of responding. When the same scene appears again, nothing new is being learned. Only fear is being reinforced. The Stoics encouraged asking a simple question. Is this helping me act now? If the answer was no, the thought was released, not argued with, not analyzed, released. When rehearsal stops, fear weakens quickly, not because the future is safer, but because the body stops being trained to expect harm. The nervous system learns that imagined danger does not require response. This retraining takes patience. The mind will return to rehearsal out of habit. Each return is an opportunity to stop feeding it. Over time, the habit loses strength. The mind becomes less reactive. The body becomes calmer. Mental rehearsal also steals trust. Trust in yourself, trust in life, trust in the present. It says, you cannot handle this unless you practice suffering first. Letting go of rehearsal is an act of trust. Trust that you can meet life as it arrives. The Stoics believed that suffering should be experienced once, not repeatedly in advance. Imagined pain does not toughen you, it wears you down. As rehearsal fades, a new experience becomes possible. You begin to encounter moments freshly. Conversations unfold without scripts. Challenges are met without preloaded fear. The present feels lighter because it is not carrying the weight of imagined futures. Fear loses its rehearsal space, and with that loss, fear loses its certainty. It no longer knows what will happen because it has not practiced it endlessly. This uncertainty, once feared, becomes freeing. The mind stops predicting. It starts observing. This shift marks an important turning point. You realize that fear was never strengthened by events. It was strengthened by practice. And what is practiced can be unlearned. As this understanding settles, another insight comes quietly into view. If fear feeds on rehearsal, then peace feeds on presence. The less time the mind spends living imagined futures, the more space it has to experience what is real. And in that space, fear finally begins to starve, not because it was fought, but because it was no longer rehearsed. As mental rehearsal fades and fear loses its fuel, another quiet skill begins to matter more than any attempt to silence the mind. The problem was never the number of thoughts. It was how important each one felt. The Stoics understood this well. They did not try to eliminate thoughts. They reduced their importance. Thoughts gain power when they are treated as urgent, meaningful, or authoritative. The mind constantly produces ideas, judgments, memories, and predictions. Most are neutral, some are useful, many are unnecessary. But when every thought is treated as significant, the mind becomes crowded and tense. Reducing thought importance changes this completely. The Stoic method begins with a simple recognition. A thought is not an event. It is not a command. It is not a prophecy. It is a mental appearance. When this is remembered, urgency drops. The thought may still be present, but it no longer demands action. The mind often inflates thoughts by adding emotional weight. A small worry becomes a serious concern. A passing doubt becomes a personal flaw. A random idea becomes a warning. The Stoics countered this by mentally shrinking thoughts, not dismissing them harshly, but placing them in proportion. They asked questions like, is this within my control? Will this matter in a short time? Is this thought asking for action or just attention? These questions quietly reduce importance. They remind the mind that not everything deserves focus.
When importance drops, tension drops with it.
Another Stoic practice was reminding themselves of scale. Human life is brief. Moments pass quickly. Situations change. Seen from a wider view, many thoughts lose their dramatic edge. What felt overwhelming a moment ago becomes just one small movement in a larger flow. This is not minimizing life. It is restoring perspective. Reducing thought importance also means refusing to treat thoughts as personal. The mind produces thoughts automatically, based on habit and conditioning. Taking them personally gives them emotional charge. Seeing them as impersonal mental events removes that charge. The Stoics believed that attention should be reserved for what truly matters: character, choice, and action. Thoughts that do not guide these can be allowed to fade. Importance is selective. Overthinking collapses when importance is withdrawn. A thought that feels important returns. A thought that feels unimportant does not. The mind learns quickly. It brings back what is rewarded with attention and emotion. This is why fighting thoughts rarely works. Fighting signals importance. Reducing importance signals indifference, and indifference is powerful. The Stoics practiced a calm indifference toward thoughts that did not serve virtue or action. They did not argue with them. They did not suppress them. They simply did not elevate them. This practice also changes how emotions are experienced. When a thought is seen as low importance, the emotion attached to it weakens. Fear loses intensity. Worry softens. The body responds with less tension because the mind is no longer declaring an emergency. Reducing importance does not mean ignoring real problems. It means addressing them without exaggeration. When a thought truly matters, action becomes clear and focused. There is no panic, no spiraling, just response. The Stoics trusted this clarity. They believed that wisdom did not come from constant mental engagement, but from knowing when to disengage. Another powerful aspect of this method is repetition. Each time you reduce the importance of a thought, you weaken the habit of overthinking. The mind learns that dramatic thoughts are not rewarded. Over time, fewer appear. This is how mental quiet emerges naturally. Reducing thought importance also restores confidence. When thoughts stop feeling like threats, you stop bracing against your own mind. You trust yourself more. You feel less reactive. The mind becomes a tool again, not a source of pressure. The Stoics believed that peace was not achieved by perfect thinking, but by appropriate thinking. Thoughts were meant to assist life, not dominate it. As this practice deepens, something subtle shifts. Silence appears more often, not forced silence, but natural gaps between thoughts. In those gaps, there is ease, presence, stability. You realize that many thoughts were never asking to be solved. They were asking to be noticed. When you stop giving them importance, they stop asking. And this leads naturally forward. If thought importance can be reduced, then the mind does not need to be crowded or noisy. It can be spacious and calm without effort. The next step is seeing how this reduction reshapes your sense of self, how fewer important thoughts create a lighter identity, one that is not weighed down by constant mental commentary. That understanding opens the way to the next layer of freedom. As thought importance fades and the mind becomes less crowded, another effect becomes visible. Overthinking does not just exhaust you, it quietly reshapes how you see yourself, and over time, that distorted image starts to feel like truth. Overthinking distorts self-image by turning passing thoughts into permanent traits. A moment of doubt becomes, "I'm insecure." A mistake becomes, "I always mess things up." A hesitation becomes, "I'm weak." The mind takes temporary states and turns them into identity. And the more these thoughts repeat, the more solid that identity feels. The problem is not self-reflection. The problem is excess interpretation. Overthinking analyzes every reaction, every feeling, every flaw, until the self becomes a problem to be managed instead of a life to be lived. The Stoics understood that the self is not the sum of its thoughts. They believed character is revealed through choices and actions, not through internal commentary. When the mind constantly narrates who you are, it replaces lived reality with mental opinion.
Overthinking turns the inner voice into a mirror, but it is a warped mirror.
The mind focuses on inconsistency and ignores context. It judges isolated moments without seeing the whole picture. You are tired one day, and the mind concludes you are lazy. You feel anxious once, and the mind decides you are fragile. These conclusions are not accurate. They are convenient explanations fear uses to feel in control. This distortion grows stronger because the mind believes it is being honest. It calls itself self-aware, but awareness without compassion becomes self-attack. Overthinking mistakes harshness for truth. The Stoics warned against confusing thoughts with character. They believed that people are not defined by fleeting impressions. A thought is not a verdict. A feeling is not a diagnosis. Treating them as such creates an identity built on instability. Another way overthinking distorts self-image is through comparison. The mind measures you against imagined standards, against other people's appearances, against who you should be by now. These comparisons are endless and unfair. They strip away nuance and context. You start seeing yourself through imagined judgment instead of lived reality. Overthinking also amplifies flaws and minimizes strengths. The mind zooms in on what went wrong and glosses over what went right. This selective attention creates imbalance. The self begins to feel inadequate, not because it is, but because it is being observed unfairly. The Stoics believed this imbalance was a form of injustice toward oneself. They taught that judgment should be fair, measured, and grounded in reality. Overthinking ignores these principles. It becomes accusatory. When self-image is shaped by overthinking, confidence erodes quietly. You hesitate more. You doubt your instincts. You defer decisions. Not because you lack ability, but because your inner image has been weakened. This distorted self-image then feeds fear. Fear says, "You can't handle this," and the mind agrees because it has been collecting evidence against you for years. The evidence was never complete. It was curated. Breaking this pattern begins with noticing how often you describe yourself internally. Labels, judgments, conclusions. Many of them were never chosen consciously. They were accumulated through repetition. The Stoics practiced separating the self from evaluation. They believed you are not the voice assessing you. You are the one capable of choosing your response. This distinction is crucial. When you stop believing every self-judgment, the image begins to soften. Self-image improves not through positive thinking, but through accurate thinking. Accurate thinking recognizes that humans are variable, that emotions fluctuate, that mistakes are part of action. Overthinking treats variability as defect. Stoic clarity treats it as nature. As thought importance decreases, self-image becomes less rigid. You stop defining yourself by mental states. You return to seeing yourself as someone in motion, learning, adapting, responding. This creates kindness, not indulgence, kindness grounded in reality. You stop punishing yourself for being human. The Stoics believed dignity came from how you act, not how you feel about yourself. Overthinking keeps attention locked inward, monitoring self-image. Reducing it allows attention to return outward, to life itself. When self-image is no longer constantly evaluated, something liberating happens. You feel lighter, less self-conscious, more present. You are no longer performing for your own inner critic. And from that freedom, another realization arises. Much of what you believed about yourself was not discovered. It was narrated. When narration quiets, identity becomes flexible again. You are no longer the story your thoughts told. You are the one who lived beyond it. As the grip of distorted self-image loosens, something quieter and more fundamental comes into view. The mind has been busy describing you, judging you, explaining you, and beneath all of that activity, something has been quietly present the entire time. You, not the idea of you, not the story of you, but the simple fact of being. This is where the difference between thinking and being becomes clear. Thinking is movement. It jumps, compares, predicts, evaluates. It is always going somewhere else. Being does not move. It stays. It does not need improvement or explanation. It simply exists. Most suffering arises when these two are confused, when thinking is mistaken for being. The mind says, "I am anxious," and the self collapses into the thought. The mind says, "I am failing," and identity shrinks around it. But these are thoughts describing experience, not the experience itself. The Stoics understood this distinction intuitively. They believed that a person is not their thoughts, but the faculty that observes and chooses. Thinking happens to you. Being is what you are. When the two are fused, the mind feels overwhelming. When they are separated, calm returns naturally. Thinking is useful. It solves problems. It plans. It reflects. But it was never meant to be a place to live. When you live in thought, you live in abstraction. You experience life indirectly, filtered through commentary. Being brings you back to direct contact with reality. This is why moments of presence feel relieving. When you stop thinking briefly, while walking, breathing, or simply noticing, the tension eases. Nothing magical happens. You just return to being. And being is lighter than thinking. The mind often resists this because thinking feels productive. Being feels like nothing is happening. But nothing happening is not emptiness. It is stability. It is the absence of unnecessary effort. Overthinking pulls you away from being by insisting that life must be understood before it can be lived. The Stoics rejected this. They believed life is lived first, understood later, or not at all. Understanding was not a requirement for presence. Being does not ask questions. It does not demand certainty. It does not need a conclusion. It rests in what is here. Thinking always asks for more clarity, more reassurance, more control. This is why thinking never feels complete. There is always another thought. Being, on the other hand, is already complete. It does not improve with analysis. It does not degrade with uncertainty. It simply continues. When you identify with thinking, your sense of self becomes fragile. Every thought becomes a verdict. Every feeling becomes a diagnosis. Your mood determines who you think you are. This creates instability. Being restores stability because it does not change with mental weather. The Stoics practiced returning to being through attention to breath, to posture, to action, to the present task. These were not distractions. They were anchors, ways of stepping out of thought and back into life. Being is not passive. It is alert without tension, responsive without panic. It allows thought to come and go without being carried away by it. The mind often fears being because being exposes uncertainty. When you stop thinking, you stop predicting. You stop rehearsing. You stop narrating. This feels unsafe to a mind addicted to control. But control was never real. Being simply reveals that. In being, you do not disappear. You become more grounded. You feel your weight, your breath, your place in the moment. Anxiety fades not because problems are solved, but because the mind is no longer pretending it needs to solve existence. The Stoics believed that peace was found here, not in ideas, but in alignment with reality. Reality is not a concept. It is what is happening now. Being is how you meet it. This does not mean rejecting thought. It means giving thought its proper role. Thought becomes a tool, not a home. You think when needed. You rest in being otherwise. As this distinction becomes clearer, fear changes shape. Fear lives in thought. It predicts, imagines, warns. Being does not host fear in the same way. Fear may appear, but it has nowhere to build stories. It passes more quickly. You begin to notice that you are most at ease, not when you understand everything, but when you are fully present. Washing your hands, listening to a sound, feeling the ground. These moments are simple, but they are free of mental burden. The Stoics trusted this simplicity. They did not chase extraordinary states. They returned to ordinary presence, again and again. When thinking and being are no longer confused, identity stabilizes. You stop asking, "Who am I right now?" based on thoughts and feelings. You simply are. Thoughts become weather passing through the sky of awareness, not the sky itself. This shift does not happen once. It happens repeatedly. Each time you notice you are lost in thought, you return to being. No judgment, no frustration, just return. And with each return, fear loses ground. Because fear needs narrative. Being offers none. From here, the path continues naturally. When you rest more often in being, you begin to see how much of fear depended on constant thinking. And as thinking loosens, another quiet truth emerges. Presence itself is enough. As being becomes more familiar and thinking no longer dominates every moment, fear begins to change its role. It no longer feels like a final judgment about your life or your future. It begins to feel more like information, something arising, pointing, then waiting. This is where a crucial shift happens. Fear is not a sentence. It is a signal. A sentence declares something finished, final, unchangeable. A signal simply alerts. It does not decide. Most suffering comes from treating fear like a verdict. This means I can't do it. This proves something is wrong. This tells me I should stop. When fear is interpreted this way, it ends the conversation. Action stops. Possibility closes. Identity tightens. But fear was never meant to conclude anything. Fear evolved to signal potential threat, not to define meaning. It says, pay attention. It does not say, run your life around this. The problem begins when the mind treats fear's presence as proof instead of information. The Stoics understood this distinction deeply. They believed emotions were messengers, not rulers. Fear arrives to signal sensitivity, uncertainty, or risk. What you do with that signal is where wisdom lives. When fear is treated as a sentence, it becomes heavy. It feels absolute. It shuts down curiosity. It pushes you into avoidance. The body locks into defense because it believes a final decision has already been made. When fear is treated as a signal, it becomes lighter. It invites inquiry rather than obedience. You ask, what is this pointing to? Instead of, what does this mean about me? This changes everything. Fear often signals unfamiliarity, not danger. Growth, exposure, and change naturally trigger fear because the nervous system prefers the known. Fear is saying, "This is new," not "this is wrong." Treating it as a sentence confuses novelty with threat. Fear can also signal care. You feel fear because something matters to you. A relationship, a goal, a value. Fear is pointing toward importance. But importance does not require retreat. It requires presence. The Stoics believed that courage was listening to fear without letting it decide. Fear provides data. Reason decides action. When fear is allowed to speak but not rule, balance returns. Another reason fear feels so convincing is timing. Fear often arrives before clarity. It shows up early, before information is complete. If you treat it as a sentence, you stop before understanding develops. If you treat it as a signal, you give clarity time to catch up. Fear is fast. Wisdom is slower. Fear also tends to exaggerate. It speaks in extremes because its job is to get attention. Signals are loud by design, but loud does not mean accurate. Treating fear as a signal allows you to adjust for this exaggeration instead of obeying it. The Stoics practiced pausing between fear and response. They did not suppress fear. They acknowledged it. Then they asked whether action was required or whether patience was enough. Often, patience revealed that fear had no real task to perform. This pause is where freedom lives. When fear is no longer treated as a sentence, self-trust grows. You stop assuming fear knows best. You stop handing it authority over decisions. You begin to trust your ability to evaluate situations calmly. This does not mean ignoring fear. Ignoring fear creates recklessness. Obeying fear creates paralysis. Listening without surrender creates wisdom. Fear as a signal can guide preparation without forcing avoidance. It can highlight areas needing care without shrinking life. It can remind you to move thoughtfully without stopping movement altogether. The Stoics believed that a calm mind hears signals more clearly. Panic distorts them. When fear is interpreted calmly, it often loses urgency. The body relaxes because it no longer feels trapped by a final judgment. Another important shift happens here. Fear stops feeling personal. It is no longer my weakness. It is a response arising. This reduces shame. You stop judging yourself for feeling fear. You work with it instead. Fear treated as a sentence creates identity. I am afraid, therefore I am incapable. Fear treated as a signal preserves identity. Fear is present, therefore attention is needed. One limits, the other informs. Over time, this practice changes how fear appears. It still comes, but it no longer arrives with the same authority. It feels more like a knock than a command. You notice it, you listen, and then you choose. The Stoics believed this was the mark of inner strength, not fearlessness, but discernment, the ability to feel fear without being ruled by it. As you practice this distinction, fear loses its ability to end things prematurely. Conversations continue. Actions proceed. Life opens instead of closing. Fear becomes part of the process, not the final word. And this prepares the ground for what comes next. Because once fear is no longer treated as a sentence, you begin to notice something subtle. Many fears do not need response at all. They pass on their own when not obeyed. That realization leads to the next layer of freedom, learning when to listen, when to wait, and when to simply let fear move through without leaving a mark. As fear stops being treated like a final verdict, another kind of freedom quietly appears. You begin to realize that not every thought, feeling, or signal requires a response. Some things lose power the moment you stop engaging with them. This is the emotional freedom of non-engagement.
Non-engagement is not avoidance. It is not suppression. It is the decision to not enter a conversation that leads nowhere.
The mind has been trained to respond to everything. Every thought demands attention. Every feeling demands explanation. Every fear demands action. But most of these demands are unnecessary. They survive only because they are answered. Engagement gives energy. Non-engagement removes fuel. When a thought appears and you immediately analyze it, you strengthen it. When you react emotionally, you deepen it. When you argue with it, you keep it alive. But when you notice it and choose not to engage, something unexpected happens. It weakens on its own. The Stoics understood this deeply. They believed that many inner disturbances fade when they are not entertained. They taught that the mind does not need to respond to every impression. Wisdom, for them, was knowing which impressions to ignore. Non-engagement feels uncomfortable at first because the mind believes response equals responsibility. It worries that if you don't respond, something will go wrong. But most of the time, nothing happens. The thought passes, the feeling shifts, life continues.
This discomfort is temporary. The relief that follows is lasting.
Non-engagement creates emotional freedom because it breaks automatic cycles. Fear often repeats the same message in different words. When you engage, you enter the loop. When you don't, the loop collapses. The mind looks for reaction. When it finds none, it moves on. This does not mean you become indifferent to life. It means you become selective. You respond where response matters. You disengage where engagement only creates suffering. The Stoics practiced this by reminding themselves that attention is precious. Wasting it on unhelpful thoughts was a loss of life energy. They conserved attention for action, values, and presence. Non-engagement also restores dignity. You stop being pulled around by every internal movement. You regain authority over where your energy goes. The mind no longer dictates your state by throwing thoughts at you. This practice softens emotions naturally. When fear appears and is not engaged, it has nowhere to grow. It may still be felt, but it does not escalate. It moves like weather instead of becoming a storm. Non-engagement also reduces self-judgment. You stop criticizing yourself for having thoughts or feelings. You simply allow them to pass without comment. This creates kindness toward yourself, without effort. The Stoics believed that peace was not achieved by fixing the mind, but by refusing to be ruled by it. Non-engagement is a form of quiet authority. You do not fight, you do not argue, you simply do not participate. Over time, the mind learns. It brings fewer dramatic thoughts because they no longer receive attention. Emotional intensity decreases because it is no longer rewarded. This is emotional freedom, not because nothing arises, but because nothing hooks you automatically. As this freedom stabilizes, another realization begins to emerge. When you stop engaging with every inner event, silence becomes more frequent. And in that silence, something steady and calm reveals itself. Something that was always there, waiting for the noise to settle. As non-engagement becomes easier, silence starts to appear on its own. Not forced silence, not empty silence, just moments where the mind stops reacting. And in those moments, something unexpected happens. Fear begins to look smaller than it ever did before. Silence reveals fear's fragility. Fear survives through movement, through words, through repetition, through inner dialogue. It needs commentary to stay solid. It needs explanation to feel justified. When the commentary stops, fear is left exposed. And without noise to support it, it weakens quickly. This is why fear feels strongest when the mind is busy. The more thoughts run, the more fear seems to confirm itself. But when the mind goes quiet, fear has nothing to lean on. It loses its structure.
In silence, fear cannot argue. It cannot convince. It cannot rehearse.
All it can do is appear and then fade. The Stoics understood that silence was not emptiness, but clarity. They believed that when the mind stops talking, reality speaks. And reality is often far less threatening than the mind suggests. Silence does not remove fear by force. It removes fear's support system. Without narration, fear becomes just a sensation, a flutter, a tightness, something felt but not explained, and sensations without stories do not last long. Fear feels powerful when it is interpreted, when the mind says, "This means something." In silence, meaning is withheld, and without meaning, fear has no authority. This is why silence can feel uncomfortable at first. The mind is used to filling space. It believes silence is dangerous because silence does not provide control. But control was never real. Silence simply reveals that. When you sit quietly and do not respond to fear, the body notices something important. Nothing bad happens. The feared outcome does not arrive. The sensation peaks and falls. This experience teaches the nervous system more than logic ever could. Fear begins to lose credibility. The Stoics trusted direct experience over mental explanation. They believed that seeing something clearly once was more powerful than thinking about it endlessly. Silence offers that clarity. It shows fear as temporary, not permanent. In silence, fear also loses urgency. There is no countdown, no demand, no pressure. Without words pushing it forward, fear slows down. The body relaxes because it no longer feels chased. This reveals an important truth. Fear is loud but not strong. It depends on constant reinforcement. Silence cuts off that reinforcement. Silence also restores proportion. What felt overwhelming when narrated feels manageable when felt directly. The difference is not the fear, it is the absence of exaggeration.
The Stoics practiced silence internally, even while active externally. They acted without inner noise. They responded without commentary. This allowed fear to pass through without becoming identity.
When silence becomes familiar, fear changes its behavior. It appears less often. It leaves more quickly. It no longer feels like an enemy. It feels like a signal passing through open space. This does not mean you seek silence all the time. It means you stop fearing it. You allow quiet moments without rushing to fill them. You let the mind rest.
Over time, silence becomes a teacher. It shows you that many fears were never solid. They only felt solid because they were constantly described, judged, and replayed.
In silence, you realize something deeply calming. You were never under attack. You were surrounded by thought. Fear once felt heavy, solid, unavoidable. But as you've seen, it was never as strong as it pretended to be. It lived in repetition, in imagination, in stories told without witnesses, in thoughts believed too quickly, rehearsed too often, and given more importance than they deserved. You learned that fear is rarely a fact, that it borrows power from attention, that it survives through urgency, narration, and mental noise, and that the moment you step back, observe, pause, or remain silent, fear begins to shrink on its own. The Stoics were never trying to erase fear. They were teaching us how to stop obeying it. When thoughts are seen instead of believed, when discomfort is allowed instead of feared, when silence replaces reaction, the mind returns to balance, not because life becomes predictable, but because you become present. And presence changes everything. So before you go, take a moment and ask yourself, which thought have I been believing that no longer deserves my attention?
Write it in the comments. Naming it is the first step to releasing it.
If this message helped you see your mind more clearly, support the channel by subscribing. New lessons like this are released regularly to help you think less, live more, and reclaim your inner calm. Thank you for staying until the end. Until next time, stay present, stay grounded, and remember, what you fear is often just a thought.